We're just hanging on for a couple of minutes because a couple of members are travelling over from Exmouth.
Well, you can just do it now. I mean, you can just ask them because it will take a bit longer to write it
Thank
down
you.
potentially.
We apologise for the late start. Some members had problems getting here, but I think as many as are expected are already here. So there is no fire alarm drill anticipated today. If the fire alarm sounds, please leave the building through the nearest fire exit by following the running green man signs above the doors, and make your way to the rear of the car park. The organiser of the meeting will tell you when it is safe to return. This is a smoke-free building. If you wish to smoke, there is a smoking shelter at the rear of the car park alongside the building. Toilets are available in the stairwell of the building at each floor landing. Water is available at reception. Please make sure all phones are either muted or switched off. Before we start the meeting, I need to appoint a vice chair for today's meeting, as unfortunately Councillor Chamberlain has sent apologies. I would like Councillor Wilson to take up this position. I like to, give everyone a chance.
Glowing endorsement, isn't it?
And this will be your baptism of fire, Councillor Wilson. Looking around.
Anybody have any
members?
objections?
Yeah.
You need to vote him in. Right. Everybody in favour?
Everybody in favour.
Would you like to pop up? Thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you, members. As Councillor Wilson makes his debut.
Football talk now. Yeah. Like it.
Good morning and welcome to this Planning Committee meeting on Tuesday, 24th of October 2023. I'd like to welcome Councillor Jenny Brown to the committee. Welcome to the committee, Jenny. I'm the chair, Councillor Eileen Wragg, and to my right is the vice chair, Councillor Dan Wilson. Supporting officers present today are, to my right, Wendy Ormsby. Unfortunately, Mr. Ed Freeman cannot be with us this morning. Wendy is the development manager. To my left is Damien Hunter, planning solicitor, and Wendy Harris, Democratic Services Officer. Also present today are, on the very end there, Fiona Bagot, Devon County Council Highways Officer, and Ben Wilmot, also Devon County Council Highways Officer, and they will be pleased, delighted to answer any questions. Thank you. And that is for the Sidmouth Road Ottery St Mary application. This meeting today is being streamed live to the Council's YouTube account, so can I remind all members and officers making a contribution to the meeting to use of your microphone or your comments will not be heard. We will now start the meeting by doing a roll call of members. Over to you, Wendy.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start with yourself, Councillor Wragg.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Chair, Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Bailey.
Present. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow.
Present.
Councillor Colin Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Jenny Brown.
Present.
Councillor Gazzard.
Present.
Councillor Hall. Is your
Present.
Councillor Howe.
Present.
Councillor Levine.
Present.
Thank you. And Councillor Smith.
Present.
Thank you. We are caught up for today's meeting, Chair.
Thank you very much. And there are speakers for several of the applications. Item 2, minutes of the previous meetings, pages 8 to 14. Is it members' wish that I, as the chair, sign the meetings of the minutes of the meetings held on 26th of September 2023 as a true record and accurate? It's agreed. Thank you. Yeah, got it. You make life easy for me, Wendy.
Can you take the battery out the back? Just open it and then close it.
24. Yeah. Thank you. Agenda item 3, apologies. Wendy?
Yes, we have 3 apologies. Councillor Chamberlain, Councillor Heath and Councillor Riddell. I haven't received apologies for Councillor Rylance or Councillor Bruce, so I will record their apologies.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Now, declarations of interest. Wendy, can you read out the declarations of interest? And I will say that we've all been lobbied on.
So, are you happy on behalf of everybody to say lobbying for application agenda item 9, 15 and 17?
Yes.
Okay, there are no other declarations from committee members, so I'm just opening it up to non-committee members, whether you have any declarations to declare for this.
Councillor Dumper?
I think we'll have to wait for my my microphone to warm.
That's all.
It's on, right. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to declare an other registrable interest for 22/2669 stroke M Full, which is the Warren View Sports Ground. I am a town councillor, and as such I am also vice chair of that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Dumper. Agenda item 5. Oh, sorry, Vicky Johns, councillor Johns.
It's not working.
Yeah.
So, obviously, as the Oxford St Mary Town Council and District
Can we
Council,
get that microphone? Can you hold on a minute, Vicky, please?
We're
I've got a different one. As the Oxford St Mary Town Council and District Council, I have been in communication with a lot of residents with reference to number 9. But that is part of being a district council and town council, so I'm not sure you'd count it as lobbying per se. Wendy, any advice?
I think it's probably just put it down as being lobbying. Yeah.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Number 11, I'm a member of Exeter Town Council, and I've been lobbied on the Exeter Holston site. Thank you.
Right, no other declarations?
Yeah, Councillor Collins.
Yeah, councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've also been in contact with residents about agenda item 9.
Thank you.
Sorry. Apologies, just whilst Wendy was gone then, I'm just trying to write these down. I didn't quite catch what you said then, sorry.
Yeah, agenda item 9, I've been in communication with residents.
I still can't
No,
hear you, I'm
I
sorry,
can't
I'm a little
hear.
bit deaf.
It's not working.
Right, let me turn the microphones up. Right, can we just check the microphone to see if that's better?
Can we?
Can you hear me now?
Better? Can you hear at the back?
How about now?
There's a volume control on the right hand side of it apparently, but also speak into it.
It's at full volume, so I can't go any higher.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I've got item 9 so far.
Yeah, I've been in communication with residents about item 9.
Okay, well thank you, lobbying.
Thank you. No more. Oh, councillor Payful.
I've been approached by residents relating to item 9.
Thank you, councillor Payful.
Well, if everybody else is declaring that, then I'll declare it too. But I'm not sure that it's actually technically an interest. But
Thank you, councillor Bailey. Right, I think that's all. Yeah. Item 5, matters of urgency, there are none. Item 6, to agree any items to be dealt with in part B, there are none. Item 7, planning appeal statistics, pages 15 to 25, update from Mrs Ormsby, please.
Good morning. So there's you have the appeals list there before you. You'll see that there's a number of obviously new appeals have come in recently. Some of those addresses you may recognise. Some of them relate to items that have come before the committee in the past. There's only actually been 2 determined appeals in this period, both of them relatively minor scale developments, both of which were dismissed. And the report just sets out the key issues that were considered there. And then the report goes on just to set out the appeals that are currently in progress. And just by way of update, just to comment that the Marsh Green inquiry listed there is now closed. So that's taken place. We're waiting now for the inspector's decision on that one. And the Pound Lane Battery inquiry still has 2 more days. It had to be adjourned because of availability of days for the various people involved. So that reconvenes at the end of this month for 2 more days before that will then close, and from then we'll await the decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 8, housing monitoring update to the year ending 31st of March 2023. That's on pages 26 to 82, and that report is for noting only. Right.
Just take a vote on that, Chair. Has that been noted?
Sorry?
Can we just take a quick vote that they've noted it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you vote you accept the report, please?
Lovely. Yeah, unanimous.
Yeah, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item 9. Planning application 22/1973. It's a major outline. Application land east of Sidmouth Road, Ottery St Mary, pages 83 to 147. There's widespread and serious concern from locals about this application who are not able to attend today due to work or other commitments. Right, over to Mrs. Ormsby, please. Present the report.
Good morning, and do let me know if you can't hear me. In fact, I should probably ask. You can't hear me?
Just about.
Okay, I will speak louder. Can you hear me now? Yes, I'm getting some nods. Okay, I will try to remember to keep my voice up. So, good morning, everybody. The first application to consider this morning relates to land east of Sidmouth Road at Ottery St Mary. This is an outline application with some matters reserved, with access to be agreed for the residential development of up to 63 dwellings and associated infrastructure, and the proposal includes 50% affordable housing. Just by way of update, there's been a letter of representation from the MP Simon Jubb objecting to the application on highway grounds. These are things that have come in since the report was published. So he's raising objections on highway grounds, commenting particularly about safety of pedestrians, concerns about the priority system that's proposed and the increase in traffic movements. There's also been received, since the publication of this report, a detailed technical note submitted, and it's stated to be on behalf of the local community. It's been available on the website since it was received, and the report analyses and objects to the highway proposals, concluding that the traffic impacts will be severe and cannot be mitigated, and that the transport assessment fails to consider the impact at the junction where you turn off for the primary school. This document's been sent to the Highway Authority, and we're very fortunate to have officers from Devon County Council here with us today who will be able to answer questions that members may have with regard to traffic issues. The site itself consists of three main fields, here, of approximately 3 hectares, and the land is grade 2 agricultural land, which falls within the definition of best and most versatile agricultural land. The East Devon AONB is approximately a mile to the east of the site, and the Pebblebed Heaths SPA, Special Protection Area, Special Area of Conservation and Special Area of Special Scientific Interest, is about 2.7 miles away to the southwest. This is an aerial view taken from Google of the site. So these are the 3 fields that are proposed for development. This area here is excluded from the application site. The site is outside of the built-up area boundary of Ottery St Mary, and therefore we would look at it in the context of Strategy 7 of the local plan, which has basically sets out criteria stating that in only certain circumstances would development be permitted in the countryside. The officer report, or the committee report, goes in quite a lot of detail, explaining the situation of the housing land supply. The report that members noted at the start of this presentation indicate that our housing land supply situation has worsened. The latest housing position statement shows that we now have a 4.28 year land supply rather than the 5-year land supply that we are supposed to have. Previously, we had, I believe it was about 4.78. So the position has worsened. In the situation where we cannot deliver, where we do not evidence a 5-year housing land supply, we have to apply the tilted balance in favour of sustainable development. So in this situation, settlement boundaries carry significantly less weight than otherwise. So what we need to be doing in the context of this planning application is assessing whether there are adverse impacts arising from this development which would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of delivering housing. So that is something to bear in mind when we're considering the key issues here. In terms of other more generic sustainability issues, the site is considered in terms of distance to be within a reasonable walking distance of the services and facilities within the town of Ottery St Mary. The application is an outline with access to be agreed. This drawing shows the detailed access that is proposed, that you can see coming off the Sidmouth Road. A new access, currently the site is accessed from Go-Away Lane down here, but that's not a suitable place to be bringing in the traffic for this development. So the proposal is to remove some of the trees and hedgerows along Sidmouth Road in this part here to create the necessary visibility displays, and also there will be some grading required to get the access in at a suitable level. There are other highway proposals involved. The lane, Sidmouth Road at this point where the access comes off is a relatively narrow lane, currently quite rural in character. It's necessary to provide a pedestrian link from the site, linking up into the nearest pavements of Ottery St Mary. Currently there are no pavements along this length of Sidmouth Road. To facilitate a highway, and bearing in mind that it is not possible to widen the road due to third-party land ownerships, it's proposed to introduce a priority system where the footway will go along the north side of the carriageway along here, and for the length of that footway there will be a priority. So there will be signs indicating that it's a one-way priority system, with priority given to the traffic leaving Ottery St Mary, carrying on south down Sidmouth Road. And the footpath that will be placed along the side of the carriageway, there would then be a crossing to link into existing footpaths to carry on then up into Ottery St Mary itself. There's been a lot of detailed consideration given to the proposed highway arrangements. There have been previous planning applications refused at this site for grounds including highway issues. It's been looked at in great detail by Devon County Council in their role as highway authority, and they are now satisfied that this is a safe and acceptable solution to provide access into the application site. In terms of the visual aspects, the consequence of the loss and removal of hedgerows and trees to create the access and the visibility displays does mean that the character of the road will change, as you will then see the sort of opened up views into the application site itself. So the change, the current rural character will be quite notably changed within this localised area. And that is considered to weigh negatively in the planning balance. So this is an outline application. However, this illustrative layout shows how the 63 homes could be accommodated within the site. Obviously, the layout may change at a reserved matters stage, but it just shows that it is possible to accommodate 63 dwellings within the site relatively comfortably, while still allowing for adequate amount of public open space, landscaping, and drainage features within the site. This is a further drawing just showing the site access coming into the site with footways on either side of the access road, and the footway then leading up and down the Sidmouth Road. This is the tree constraints plan that shows the trees that will be lost as a consequence of this development. So those trees that are red are trees that will need to be removed to facilitate the access, and the remaining trees in green are existing trees and hedgerows that will be retained. Some photographs then. So this is looking south down the approach road, down Sidmouth Road. This is looking north. This is the entrance to Gurway Close, and the site is on the other side of the hedge and the trees. And this is part of the road where the new footway is proposed to be sited. This is looking east across the southern part of the site towards Gurway House, and the trees and hedges that you see here are to be retained. This is looking north from the southern boundary of the site, looking north towards the town of Ottery, and you can see just tucked down here some existing residential properties. This shows Gurway Cottage, which is in the southwest corner of the site. And this is looking north on Sidmouth Road, and the access and footpath will be on the right-hand side of the road here, and just at the top here is where you would then be crossing over. And this is the last photo. So this is looking south. Just beyond, around this point here, is where the footpath currently ends, just as you pass the property Robins Mead, and that's where the crossing point will be to join the footpath on the other side of the carriageway, and this is also where the priority system would start. As I said, priority being for southbound traffic. So the planning issues are all addressed in detail in the committee report. I've already mentioned that we do need to consider this application in the light of the tilted balance in favour of housing development. There are no technical objections to this proposal. As we've mentioned, there are no highway objections. Those issues have been resolved. No issues with regard to drainage, ecology, etc. It's considered that there is the potential to develop the site without significant harm to neighbour amenity, trees and biodiversity. There are some adverse impacts very localised on the character of the area where that new access will go. That will change the character of the area. However, it's a relatively localised landscape impact. And there's no objections from the council's landscape officer on any wider landscape issues. This will result in the loss of Grade 2 agricultural land, best and most versatile. That also weighs against the development. Overall, this development would propose 63 dwellings, of which 50% would be affordable houses. And the officer view is that the negative aspects of the localised change in the character of the road and the loss of the Grade 2 agricultural land are significantly and demonstrably outweighed by the benefits of delivering housing on this site, and as such the application is recommended for approval and that the appropriate assessment be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ormsby. Right, now we have some speakers. The objectors, you each have 3 minutes to speak. Please try to avoid repetition if you can. The first one I'll call is Katie Corbyn.
Good morning. The visual impact of this proposed development on the south and west of the town and from an area of natural beauty from the east will have a detrimental effect on the landscape. The East Devon District Council landscape architect pointed this out at the last refusal. This site currently makes a positive contribution to the character and surrounding rural landscape and setting for the town. Go Away Close on the opposite side of the road was built a few years ago on a brownfield site. This is not. Reclassification of its grade has failed, and it is still classified as Grade 2 agricultural land and contrary to the East Devon local plan policy to preserve the best and most versatile agricultural land. Very selective photos have been submitted in the landscape and visual impact assessment. The proposal can be seen from many locations to the south, east and west of the town due to its elevated position. To anyone who is not familiar with its location, the land is the same height as the church in Ottry, elevating above all other houses along the Sidmouth Road. The site is also considerably higher than the road. It's 3.4 metres in fact. Removal of hedge banks and trees to provide access would have a harmful effect on the character and appearance of the area. Therefore, contrary to the development in the countryside, the landscape conservation enhancement, area of outstanding natural beauty, the NPPF, the East Devon local plan and the neighbourhood plan, just to name a few. Go Away Lane is privately maintained and certainly not suitable for construction machinery. Therefore, a huge amount of excavation will be required before they can even enter the field for building, let alone the volume needed to remove in line with the flood assessment to ensure our properties do not flood. With all the waste having to be removed and transported over Tip Hill and through the town, this will cause major highway concerns. Finally, we live at Fieldfair. This development would be at least 2 metres higher than our bungalow. Our privacy and light will be extremely affected. At least 4 of the proposed new properties will be able to look directly into the main living areas of our home. I urge the committee to refuse this application once again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Members, please, you're making the day even longer for some of us who have to be here all day. So we appreciate the level of concern over this and the support for refusing, but it really is quite unnecessary. We do understand. Thank you. Next speaker, Robert Baldry, please. I have to say that as chair, I have to keep control of this meeting for the benefit of residents and members. So please refrain from applauding. That goes to the gentleman beside the speaker's box. Thank you.
The most recent data from East Devon District Council that I could find, which you mentioned earlier this morning, indicates missing the 5-year land supply target, achieving 4.28 years. I think that's a commendable result, considering the mitigating circumstances, the pandemic and a number of quite major local issues that you've been facing. But as we know, missing that target then triggers this consideration of applications outside of the current planning framework, like this one. But it would defy common sense for Ottry St Mary to suffer from an inappropriate development simply because of the short-term circumstances. This development is outside of the agreed local plan. It's contrary to a number of policies on the neighbourhood plan. It presents a dangerous highways solution and is located outside the built-up area boundary. Under normal circumstances, it would not be considered, which is highlighted by the fact that it's already been rejected on 2 previous submissions. The NPPF states an application in these circumstances can only be considered if it's sustainable. So the question is this development sustainable? Well, the primary school is at capacity. The secondary school is oversubscribed in year 7, which will follow up through the school. Any new residents in this development would need to be educated outside of the town. And a Section 106 agreement is lovely, thank you very much, but it can't increase the classroom sizes. The GP surgery has reduced its catchment, and along with the dentist, they're at capacity. The local healthcare trust stated that the hospitals are at full capacity. The ecological report indicates the loss of habitats for dormice, bats, 2 badger sets, as well as other wildlife. And you'll have read the objection from the Devon Wildlife Trust. The Environment Agency confirms that the development site is located partially within Flood Zone 3, which poses a high risk to the proposed development, and it's on Grade 2 agricultural land. All of this helps to show that this is not a sustainable development and it should not be considered. NPPF Framework 11D also states that the planning can be refused if the adverse impacts significantly outweigh the benefits. I think this is demonstrated clearly in the numerous objections that you have read from the whole community, that there would be clear adverse impacts. This proposal is not sustainable, it's not appropriate, and it's contrary to the established and well thought through local planning policy. Why should we allow compromise? We should be looking to get it right. It defies common sense that it should be allowed to progress, and I encourage that you reject this application.
Thank you. I will have to ask you, if you persist in applauding, to leave the chamber, please. Thank you. John Pearson, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Pearson and I'm a highway development consultant. I've worked in highways for over 40 years for both local government and private practice. When looking at any site, my first thought is highway safety. Guidance data exists, but each site is different, so I've always asked myself, would I be happy for my family to use an access and or travel to and from the site? It is rare for me not to be able to secure a suitable improvement, but sometimes the constraints are insurmountable, and this is one of those, I'm afraid. It is never acceptable to try and squeeze in substandard solutions and ignore the multitude of safety issues. The 80 metres of proposed narrow carriageway is constrained between third-party land, so there simply isn't room for improvement, and what's proposed is a danger to all non-motorised users, pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders, etc. Drivers must leave 1.5 metres and 2 metres when passing a cyclist and horse rider respectively, but the proposal is only an average width of 3.2 metres, whilst the average width HGV from mirror to mirror is 3 metres. The southern boundary wall requires drivers to step off from it with a width of 200 to 400 millimetres being average, hence there is a real chance of a pedestrian could be struck by a wing mirror, especially at speed, and not all drivers travel at low speed. I would urge the committee to walk the section of road as it currently is to fully understand the impact. I was surprised how high both the level and speed of traffic was in both directions, even though I was there outside the peak hours. Hopefully you've all read my submitted transport notes, so I won't repeat it. The evidence is clear. The footway width is well below guidance for almost all of the one-way working, and the remaining carriageway width prevents any larger than a car to pass a cyclist or horse rider safely. One-way priorities engender higher speeds due to no opposing vehicle, plus entry speeds are higher as drivers try to get there first. The proposed footway is too narrow for 2 pram users to pass each other without one entering the carriageway. Whilst narrow sections of footway are acceptable over short distances, to enable one person to wait for another, over 80 metres this isn't likely to happen. The submitted road safety audit only examined the highway officer's long-standing concerns instead of examining all aspects of the scheme. It did not consider cyclists nor equestrians, plus since submission the priority has been reversed, so a new RSA must be provided before any permission is granted. Normally, highway authorities seek a signed Section 278 agreement prior to any planning approval, as it includes a full RSA plus detailed engineering drawings to ensure the proposal can actually be provided. I am baffled as to how the impact of the new traffic on the Long Dogs Lane junction, which provides access to the school with no footway or visibility for vehicles exiting onto Sidmouth Road. With the new residents being too fearful to walk, they will
That's
simply
3 minutes.
drive their children to school. And this application, the Planning and Highway Authority should object to any intensification. The previous 2 applications for this site were refused on highway safety, and nothing has changed since last year, so the application should be refused. I'm happy to take any questions before I sit down. But
Thank you. David McKinney, please.
Good morning. Yes, there has always been an argument for new houses, but not anywhere and not at any cost. This site falls outside of the built-up area boundary of Ottery St Mary and has already been rejected as suitable for strategic allocation within the current East Devon local plan and the emerging local plan. And on this point of previous refusals alone, it's hard to understand why we find ourselves considering this again. The northwest of the town, with its straightforward links to the national road network and reduced impact on the town's medieval road system, makes its suitability an obvious one, and it's so recognised in the plan. In July 2020, East Devon District Council agreed to withdraw from the Greater Exeter Strategic Plan, following a recommendation from the Strategic Planning Committee. The decision to withdraw from the GESP was based on, and I quote from Councillor Arnott, an alarming push to consult on vast new tracts of green fields going under concrete with promises of infrastructure gains that were plainly mere aspirations, unquote. What is being considered here is the precise scenario your initiative intended to prevent, and contrary to your own recommendations. Should you consider approving, in the face of consistent, overwhelming public opposition, the local knowledge and independent expert highway assessment, I'd like to ask the committee how they will guarantee the safety of children on their way to school, and ask the highways officers the same, as nothing has materially changed regarding the substandard footpath the CHA has had a problem with in previous applications and as recently as April this year. I would refer the committee to the road safety impact statement for photographic evidence. To support this application as it is to support a potential road safety hazard as previously identified by the County Highways Authority's own assessments on a site already rejected as suitable for development. Approval will also set a precedent for further development across the south side of the town, on land also rejected as suitable for development. This would be utterly unsustainable. This application is without any merit and should continue to be refused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there is another disturbance like that, I will adjourn this meeting and listen to the next case. This committee is listening. It has read very carefully through many hours the application. So it is by no means cut and dried. We appreciate your concerns, but please cut down the time of this meeting and then I won't have to speak. Thank you. Chris Wakefield.
Before I start, I've got some copies of a photo which is particularly pertinent. I've got a few copies of a photograph which is relevant to what I want to say, and I just ask: would it be in order to offer a copy to the elected members?
So, yeah.
Can you hear, Chair?
Yes, that's a bit better, thank you.
He's got pictures he needs to.
Oh, thank you.
No.
Thank you, Vicky.
Don't say that.
No.
There's one more.
No, we're not going to have anything now.
No.
Thank you. No. You've had the opportunity to put things forward previously.
No?
Yeah, that is a rule of this committee.
No, okay. Good morning.
Could you please speak up as well, because I don't know about anybody else, but I can't hear a word you're saying
Okay.
at the front. Thank you.
Is this working? Since 2011, East Devon Planning Authority has approved over 10,000 new houses. That's more than any other local planning authority in Devon. Ottery's share of this has made us 25% bigger than 10 years ago. We've already built way more than the number of houses agreed in the current local plan or neighbourhood plan, so why are we here? It's noteworthy that this is the third time of asking by the applicant if he can build some more houses, whether we need them or not. Your committee has thrown this scheme out twice already for the very good reason it didn't meet a whole host of planning policies, and well done for that. But nothing much has changed in this third attempt to bulldoze the plans through. The danger to road users hasn't changed, and if the application succeeds, the situation is certain to get worse. As you've already heard, the long, narrow section of pavement next to the priority system does not offer safe passage. My great personal worry is an increase in the likelihood of a serious accident, which could easily be fatal and may well involve a child at the junction of Tip Hill and Long Dogs Lane, and especially in the narrow stretch of Long Dogs which passes my house on the way to the primary school. For 30 years, I've daily witnessed the distressing prospect of little kids with their mums and dads, along with buggies and school baggage, squeezed against the walls of the 50-metre long stretch of single car width ravine, really, between high walls and a cliff, which is at the western end of Long Dogs Lane. At precisely the same time as these peak pedestrian periods, there's a peak in motor traffic, threading its way through the pedestrians, all going to and from the same destination. There's no width restriction on the road, and one morning not long ago I discovered an HGV stuck fast between the walls at the east end of the narrow section. That was the photo. Needing help to free himself and retreat. By sheer luck, that wasn't at the time of a school run, but it easily could have been. Local families with primary school kids have to run the gauntlet here 4 times a day. The junction itself is also dangerous at the best of times, but massively more so in the school run periods. We've had a lollipop person on duty there for years, and one of those was run down a few years ago while at work and retired shortly thereafter. The current incumbent takes his life in his hands when he's on duty, as well as carrying a huge personal responsibility. So, who, Chair, in their right mind would consciously make this situation any worse? It should be clear enough to your committee that no good can come from approving this application. I trust, therefore, that you will reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Ottery St Mary Town Council, Richard Granger, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm here really just to reinforce the many hundreds of objections that there are to this plan. I would suggest that you've already heard quite sufficient evidence to make your minds up. But in particular, I think the change of mind of the change of opinion of the transport section is unfathomable. The proposed new footpath along the narrow road just beggars belief. It's to actually be building something like this in this day and age is completely unacceptable. The application's already been rejected correctly twice. and I really feel that there is no grounds for bringing it back to this committee, given that the material evidence hasn't really changed. The new report by John Pearson, the technical note, I thought clearly set out the flaws that remain in this application, and I urge that you should therefore reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. The agent, Graham Cridland. You had 3 minutes, Mr. Cridland.
Good morning. I'm Graham Cridland and I'm a planning solicitor. Members will note that this site has been subject to 2 previous applications, the most recent refusal in September 2021. My clients worked hard with officers to address all previous reasons for refusal. Is very appreciative of efforts of council's officers and those of the other statutory consultees, in particular the Highway Authority, the Flood Risk Management Team, the Environment Agency and Natural England, who have all provided input into the scheme, which my client has followed. All statutory consultees support the scheme and recommend its approval. As a result, the officer's report concludes that the permission should be granted and there are no legitimate reasons for refusal. A great deal of work has been undertaken by the applicant to reach agreement to specific mitigation measures to overcome previous concerns and objections to the proposed development. Of note, but in no particular order, those objections that have concerned members and members of the public include: 1. Highways. The Highway Authority support the application, which include improvements to the existing highway. Those improvements are confirmed as defined benefits. The highway matters accord with policy TC7 and the East Devon local plan. Flood risk. A comprehensive assessment of flood risk accompanies the application. The FRA was the subject of significant scrutiny and several revisions, together with hydraulic modelling, which led to both the EA and Devon County being satisfied that the proposals, including taking into account climate change effects, are acceptable. The development proposal is compatible with the NPPF requirements and conforms to policy EN22 of the East Devon local plan. 3. Outside the built-up area. You'll have noted the officer's report with regard to a 600 home shortfall in housing land supply for the district. This proposal provides you with the opportunity to address 10% of your current housing shortfall on a site your own officers have worked on for over 2 years to ensure its suitability. This is not an opportunistic application, but instead one that is supported by statutory consultees following years of consultation and collaboration with them. Whilst the proposed development is greenfield, it does represent sustainable development, and the report to you is clear and unequivocal in its recommendation. We very much hope that you will appreciate the level of scrutiny by your own officers, Devon County Highways, Environment Agencies and others, and follow your professional officers' advice and recommendations and all statutory consultees, and to grant the consent. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to say that Devon County Council does not support it. It just has raised its objections in the light of further conditions being carried out. Thank you. Councillor Jess Bailey, Devon County Council Ward Member, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You have 3 minutes, Jess.
Thank you. It's highly unusual for me to speak as a Devon County Councillor at Planning Committee. In fact, I think it's the first time ever in 2.5 years of being the Devon County Councillor for the Otter Valley that I've addressed the committee. And it's a mark of how exceptional this application is that I've come to talk to you today. And by exceptional, I mean exceptionally bad. In fact, not just exceptionally bad. I would go so far as to say, if approved, it would be disastrous for Ottery St Mary. I fundamentally disagree with DCC Highways officers, and in my view, it was quite wrong that they withdrew their objection to this application, which they had maintained previously for years. My greatest concern is for the pedestrians accessing the town from the proposed development along a substandard pavement. It's substandard because it's too narrow for 80 metres. As a county councillor, I am acutely aware the medieval nature of Ottery St Mary means there are already narrow pavements because the town was built before motorcars were invented. But in 2023, please don't make the problem even worse by allowing a brand new development to have a substandard narrow pavement. And if the narrowness of the pavement was not bad enough, it's the context of that pavement that makes it even worse. The wall on one side, the topography, and the frequent use of the road by large agricultural vehicles. This is the main artery into the town. When I challenged DCC about dropping their objection, they sent me an appeal decision from 2013, which related to a former army base in Fremington in North Devon, which is completely different from the situation here. The road has not magically become any wider since it was refused previously, and the narrowness of the pavement is just as valid a reason for refusal now as it was then. I'm also deeply concerned about the junction of Long Dogs Lane and Tip Hill, which we haven't seen on the photo today. It's really dangerous, and if approved, the development is going to increase pressure still further. As a planning committee, you do not have to follow the Highways Authority's advice. So the fact that DCC have dropped their objection does not mean you cannot object on highways grounds. In November 2022, Planning Inspector Michael Boniface, in appeal at Tewkesbury Road, Mitton, threw out Barrett Home's appeal on highways grounds, where not one but two County Council highways authorities had not objected. In that case, the inspector was not satisfied that all issues had been robustly considered by those highways authorities. I really hope that common sense prevails today, and despite the tilted balance, that the committee recognises that the harm that will be caused by this proposal way outweighs any perceived benefits, and will refuse the planning applications for the same reasons in 2020. One, the proposed development fails to provide suitable footways it would generate, and which are necessary to facilitate journeys on foot between the site and the town centre. Two, the proposed road narrowing and priority system to facilitate pedestrian access is, by reason of its inadequate width, unsuitable. And thirdly, it should add another one, the lack of a robust transport assessment fails to consider inter alia the impact of this scheme on the substandard junction of Tip Hill and Long Dogs Lane leading to the primary school. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Vicky Johns, ward member, please.
Thank you. I strongly object to this planning application due to the following reasons. There have been two previous planning applications on this site under 15/1734 MOUT for up to 53 dwellings and 20/1974/MOUT for up to 63 dwellings. In both cases, the East Devon Planning Committee refused permission. The site falls outside the built-up area boundary of Ottery St Mary and is not a strategic allocation within the local plan or the neighbourhood plan. It is within the countryside where residential development is restricted. Accordingly, the proposal is contrary to Strategy 7, development in the countryside of the local plan. The proposed housing development includes the removal of a hedge bank to provide vehicular access and visibility displays, which in turn would have a harmful effect on the character and appearance of the area, as mentioned in the neighbourhood plan. The proposed development site is at a higher level than Sidmouth Road, so the proposed access road would require substantial hedge and tree removal, and it would cause serious harm to the landscape and have a considerable adverse visual impact on the approach to Ottery from the south. It would cause harm to views from the East Devon area of outstanding natural beauty and would therefore be contrary to Strategy 7, development in the countryside, Strategy 46, landscape conservation and enhancement, and Policy D1, design and local distinctiveness of the local plan, and Policy NP1, development in the countryside of the neighbourhood plan. The proposed development fails to provide suitable footways for the pedestrians it would generate and which are necessary to facilitate journeys on foot between the site and the town centre. Consequently, the development would give rise to additional danger to all users on the road, contrary to Policy TC4, footpaths, bridleways and cycleways of the local plan. The proposed road facilitates for pedestrian access to the site is unsuitable to accommodate traffic, contrary to Policy TC7. adequacy of road network and site access of the local plan, and policy NP9, accessible development of the neighbourhood plan. I am aware that DCC Highways have dropped their objection to this application. However, I do not share their views. In fact, they have stated themselves they still have concerns regarding the footway width to be provided. While I appreciate it's only for a short length, the development is likely to require a high amount of buggies and prams due to the affordable housing percentage provision. Therefore, during the frequent times that the 1 metre footway stretch will experience overgrowth and enforcement action, all of these pedestrians will be required to use Go Away Lane and Go Away Close, sections of which have no footway provision at all, as illustrated in the Code of Practice and Inclusive Mobility Design Guidance. Furthermore, I am concerned that sections of this priority flow layout will still form a width less than 5.5 metres, consider the absolute minimum from our standard guidance document manual for streets 1 and 2. Whilst I can understand that some sections of Sidmouth Road already fall under this width, we do not want to be adding to the problem with designing in further infrastructure layout problems with the increased trip generation from this development. Indeed, for traffic management on temporary works, the minimum passing width for roads likely to contain HGVs and buses is 6.5 metres, as seen in the Safety at Streetworks and Roadworks. That's from their own Highways report. The road is no wider now than it was when it was first visited, and is certainly no quieter. The road is exceptionally narrow in various places, leading to vehicles having to stop to allow access to other vehicles travelling in the opposite direction. And in fact, they quite often have to mount the pavement to allow vehicles to pass. The thought of pedestrians being encouraged to walk along this narrow strip of road is quite concerning. I myself travel on this road at least twice a week, and I've seen the difficulties firsthand when vehicles try to pass each other, resulting in traffic being backed up in both directions. One side of the road has a high hedge, the other a wall, neither of which make passing easy, and that is without the thought of either pedestrians or cyclists in the road. The Highways consultation does not mention non-powered vehicles, pedestrians, etc. at all, which surely must be an oversight and must surely be considered during this process. It's also obviously dangerous to disabled users because the path isn't going to be wide enough for anybody to be able to come along there carefully. Consequently, the development would give rise to additional danger to all users of the road, contrary to policy TC4, footpaths, bridleways and cycleways of the East Devon Local Plan 2013 to 2031, policy NP9, accessible development of the neighbourhood plan for the parishes of Ottery St Mary and West Hill, and paragraph 3 of the National Planning Policy Framework. The traffic calming measures will be difficult to see from one end to the other, especially as the road curves, which is difficult to tell unless you actually visit the site. The proposed road narrowing and priority system to facilitate pedestrian access to the site is, by reason of its inadequate width, unsuitable to accommodate traffic, contrary to policy TC7. Gurway, the site opposite, has still not been adopted by Devon County Council due to a lack of streetlights, which will narrow the road further if they're ever put in place. It goes against Strategy 1 in the local plan, failing Strategy 2 of Spatial Strategy for East Devon, Strategy 3, Sustainable Development, Strategy 4, Balanced Communities. The traffic calming measures will be difficult to see from one end to the other. Landscape conservation and enhancement and AONBs and policy D1, design and local distinctiveness of the East Devon local plan, and policy NP1. There's a loss of grade 2 agricultural land, which during a climate emergency seems absolutely ridiculous. It's not on the local plan for East Devon District Council, and it was never even considered for consultation as it's the wrong side of town.
That's time, Councillor Johns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. Right now we have Councillor Peter Faithful. You have 5 minutes, Peter.
Thank you, Chair. I am very concerned about the planning application and do not support this proposal. I support the comments by residents about increased risk of flooding, loss of trees and wildlife habitat, and also loss of agricultural land. However, my main concern is in relation to the highway. There is a clue in the name of the site, land east of Sidmouth Road. This road is the main route from Sidmouth to Ottery, and as such has regular heavy goods and commercial vehicles using this road. At the point of the proposed pedestrian crossing, it is a common issue for heavy goods and commercial vehicles to mount or cross the pavement due to the pavement being low level. A pedestrian crossing is identified by yellow dimpled paving slabs for the benefit of blind or partially sighted residents. As a partially sighted resident myself, I am very much aware of the need for safe places for pedestrians to cross. I do not consider the proposed location a safe place for a blind person to cross due to the high number of vehicles mounting the pavement at this point. The main cause of vehicles mounting the pavement at this point is insufficient road width. The proposal is that northbound vehicle traffic should give way to traffic heading south, suggesting that this will make the road safe. In my view, this is not true. Due to the long length of single-track road, any vehicle that has entered the narrow section needs to be allowed to go through regardless of whether they are heading north or south. This will mean that vehicles either heading north or south will need to give way to vehicles who have entered the narrow section, regardless of whether they are heading north or south. The outcome will be that vehicles will still be building up at the north end, regardless of them having priority or not. With vehicles building up at the north end, any heavy goods vehicles will be forced onto the pavement at the point of the proposed pedestrian level crossing. As shown by residents in their road safety impact statement, this is already happening now. There is considerable amount of comments about the narrowness of the pavement proposed and the need for pedestrians and pushchairs to step out onto the road, the comments of which I support. There's virtually no mention of the fact that vehicles are mounting the pavement at present. It is not acceptable for developers to use residents' private driveways to extend the width of the road. The simple fact is the road is not wide enough for commercial vehicles to pass. My understanding is that this outline planning application is recommended for approval by our officers due to our present lack of five-year housing land supply. Of the sites put forward for our proposed new local plan, we have numerous alternative sites which are supported for development around the town. This site was recommended for refusal for the local plan. I do not consider it appropriate for this site to be approved, placing residents' lives at risk simply due to a lack of five-year housing land supply. While we have many issues relating to poor highways network, lack of education and health care facilities, etc., they can be just as much an issue at other sites. The issues that are specific to this site are those of flooding, highways, and design of the entrance to the proposed site.
That's 5 minutes.
Should we be placing resident safety at risk simply to make up numbers of houses per year? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Faithful. Councillor Bethany Collins, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of repeating a lot of concerns that have been raised today, I'll try to keep this brief. But as a ward member for Ottery St Mary, I am continuing to strongly object to this planning application, primarily on the grounds of road safety and the risk posed to pedestrians and other non-motorised road users. I'm particularly worried about pedestrian safety due to the narrow nature of the road and the volume of traffic that currently passes through. The proposed pavement is below the minimum recommended width, which will present pedestrians with the option of stepping onto the road to pass others. This is completely unacceptable. Wheelchairs and people using buggies seem to have been unaccounted for, and with the increased number of people with pushchairs and families that are likely to come with the affordable housing requirement in this development, it just seems to be, it just beggars belief to me that this is an acceptable pavement. Sidmouth Road is already a busy route in and out of town, and there are large commercial and agricultural vehicles attempting to pass each other and have been known to get stuck in several occasions. I appreciate a priority system has been proposed as part of the development, but the stretch of road that this would apply to is lengthy and the visibility would be poor, meaning that vehicles may have to reverse or mount the pavement to pass. It will also increase the speeds at which vehicles travel through the road, presenting further risk to pedestrians, cyclists and other road users. I'm also concerned about the already busy pinch point of Tip Hill, Sidmouth Road, Long Dogs Lane and Winters Lane. The junction is already inadequate and struggles to cope with the current volume of traffic. Children and families are already at an increased risk at this pinch point, particularly during peak hours, and the increase of traffic will only increase this. Visibility from the direction of Long Dogs Lane towards the crossroads is restricted, and the increase in residents will only see this congestion increase. This is particularly likely as the lack of provision of a safe walking route to the primary school will encourage and force parents into their cars. I understand that the development is not part of the strategic allocation of both the local plan and the neighbourhood plan. It is outside the built-up area boundary, causing more people to use private vehicles or walk on a narrow, busy and unsafe road, further contributing to this road safety issue. I appreciate that the report states that it is within a reasonable walking distance, but it's only reasonable if it is safe to do so. I'm aware of the tilted balance and the development needing to be considered. However, I do not believe that this development is able to outweigh the concerns raised here today. We need housing, but at the right place and the right type of housing. As noted today, Ottery has already grown by 25% in recent years, and whilst the district does not have a 5-year housing land supply, it is not fair that Ottery takes on the burden of all of this extra housing when it has not been demonstrated to be needed in that particular place. I'm also concerned about the loss of Grade 2 agricultural land and the trees and hedgerows, which present a vital part of our environment and the character of the area. It is for these reasons that I believe this application should be refused today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Now I'm going to invite the highways officers to answer some of the questions that have been put, and then I'll open it up to members of this committee to ask questions. You've heard all the representation.
Thank you.
Pretty well covered everything.
If I just run through some of the changes that allowed our stance to become one of no objection. So 1, the footway was widened, all but slightly. I do appreciate that. 2, the tactile crossing has been realigned. And 3, the 5.5 metres upon the priority system has now been provided and measured on site, so we are avoiding the situation of footway overrun. From Inclusive Mobility, produced in December 2021, 1.5 footway minimum width is given as acceptable. From our measurements on site, only 15 to 20 metres approximately will be short of this by 8 centimetres only. The carriageway environment will change its character, and so this will allow vehicles to probably slow down because they are still feeling part of the town. We only have one RTC within our 5-year rolling period, and this has no pedestrian involvement. Furthermore, from our collision recorded data, and furthermore, due to the narrow width, the cyclists will be much less unlikely to be overtaken, and so this creates an element of safety for the cyclists running through this section. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, I think. Yeah. I think that's it for the moment. If I just pass you over to my colleague Ben.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Fiona. If I can just for context, thank you. It's up there. Can you speak up too, please? Yes, I will do. Thanks. Okay. Sorry if you can't hear me. Please tell me if you can. Okay.
Still can't hear you properly.
Right, I'll bring it closer. Can you hear me now? Right, okay. I think one of the main salient issues here is with regard to the footway from the obviously the site proposed going to north towards the town. Since previous dialogue and previous applications gone by, the applicant has widened the footway, albeit modestly, but just to flesh out what Fiona said regarding Inclusive Mobility 2, which is a government recognised document in 2021, which states in most circumstances a footway of 1.5 metres can be considered as acceptable. So what we had to think about was, okay, is this captured in most circumstances? It is in a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, and the weighting restriction proposals, the priority access proposals put forward again by the applicant, now provides a formal passing area as opposed to an informal passing area, which doesn't happen at the moment. The nature and the environment of the road is materially changing as a result of this application. At the moment, it's bounded by high hedgerows and walls and banks on the other side. If this is put forward, you've obviously got a footway on one side and then reconfiguration of the network going towards the access. This has gone through a RSA, a Road Safety Assessment 1 with our safety team, and they are satisfied with the principle of the development in terms of the priority access, including the footway, regarding detailed design can be a matter for post-planning, which is known as RSA 2, RSA 3, which is detailed design, and should there be any issues, they feel that can be addressed at that stage. Just going back to the footway, and as Fiona alluded to, only one stretch of this footway for a period of approximately 15 to 20 metres falls below that 1.5 metres for 8 centimetres, so we're talking a very modest margin for a small stretch. In planning terms, that is very difficult to defend, to say that is going to give rise to overriding safety issues. So hence that was in part the nature of our response. I think also that regarding going back to the priority access, having such an arrangement does, discussions in conjunction with the road safety team, also brings about a likelihood of reduced traffic, where people naturally slow down in anticipation of people coming on the opposite direction. And just for clarity, people concerned about vehicles mounting the curb in order to pass an oncoming vehicle, the priority access as proposed currently is from the south. Now, it has been suggested that it could be, if members are minded to grant planning permission to flip it and have the priority access arrangement from the north. Given the detail available, Highways view this as a likely betterment, and they think they have enough information to hand to address this matter at RSA 2 and RSA 3 stage, and expect the developer to work with them on this on the basis that planning is approved. So, yeah, just to go back on the priority access there, any vehicle travelling through the narrowed access, any vehicle coming from the prioritised right-of-way would have to wait for them to pass anyway. It is only their right-of-way when another vehicle is at the opposite end and has not yet entered the priority access point. This was obviously considered as part of within the overall planning balance and as part of our response. But yeah, happy to take any other questions.
Thank you. Right, members. Councillor Howe, Councillor Devine.
Thank you. I'll start off. Can you tell me what the distance is where you've stuck the lamppost? How wide is the footpath there?
That's a matter for detailed design. I appreciate that there's obviously a tapering, as I alluded to earlier, especially kind of heading towards the tactile paving there, where it measures at 1.42 before. I can't actually read it from here, but I think it measured up to 1.65 going towards the tactile paving, or I think it's 1.81. But in answer to your question, lighting is a matter for detailed design. We don't have to implement lighting at the narrowest point.
Typically, there is enough engineering tolerance to design street lighting columns in positions which are less restricted.
So what you're telling us is if we approve this today, you will go into detailed design on what you believe is a safe scheme, on the assumption that, one, the light pole
the lighting might either move or might not exist at all. What if you find things don't work out when those later road safety audits happen and we've already granted permission? What is the scenario there?
So, in regards to the street lighting, there would be enough tolerance to relocate them for the distance between each one. It can be up to sort of 100 metres. So that would be.
And I think that just for clarity, lighting would be a requirement.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Devine, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two problems with this application. And the first one, we'll talk about the traffic. It's come up so many times. And I'm looking at it through the eyes of a community speed watch coordinator. As far as I can see with these eyes, this is a brilliant academic solution. As long as no drivers use the road, it'll work. And what worries me is that, from my experience, 15 to 20% of drivers drive at over 36 miles an hour, regardless of the speed limit. And that agrees, with your numbers of 31.45 might be 8 for the 85th percentile. Drivers used to, 5 years ago or whatever, when we started, when people came into the area, they slowed down when they saw the speed, the community watch people. Now they drive straight through, they don't care anymore. And what my worry is that with all these wonderful things you've put in, you are relying on drivers behaving themselves. And for me, that is an enormous question. Will they? When they're in a hurry, when they have to get somewhere. The second thing that I've got, and it's not about highways, but I would like to ask Mrs. Ormsby about that, a point that hasn't actually been discussed yet in the objectors tell us that the school site capacity, that the medical centre has got problems. And yet, there are no objections on those grounds from the health authorities, from the educational authorities. So my question is, what is happening? Who is right and who is wrong? Is the perception of the objectors correct or not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And that was a question that I was going to ask Mrs. Ormsby about sustainability, about the oversubscribed school places, and about the pressures put on the GP surgeries. Would the 5-year the tilted balance override all those, plus the road safety concerns?
So this development would be subject to SIL, and a portion of SIL monies go towards education. So in all our housing developments, there is a portion of money that is set aside that would go to education infrastructure. And the oversubscription of schools, oversubscription of GP surgeries is a regular concern for sites or anywhere I've worked, to be fair. I'm not aware that there's it's sort of an unusual situation for Ottery. The fact that those financial contributions are being made to education means that there is mitigation being provided. It would then be up to Devon County as the education authority to ascertain the best way of allotting the funding that comes to them to undertake their duty to provide school places for children. But there are no objections from the education authority. Likewise, there are no objections from the NHS or that have come from the local doctor's surgery.
Thank you. Just a minute. A question, I take it.
Question for the highways.
Yeah. Go on.
So, should this committee pass this, would you be willing, because obviously people are concerned about the speed of traffic there, would you be willing to turn that into a 20-mile-an-hour limit on that point? And if not, why not?
Any application to relocate or drop the speed limit has to go through what is called a traffic regulation order. That sits outside post planning. That goes through a process with our traffic management team where they would have to fill, and it would pass their policy to warrant a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. That's not to say it can't happen, but if this is to be part of a 106, for example, of any application, it would have to go through the due process, and there's no guarantee of it passing because that would be at the discretion of our traffic management team.
And presumably that could go to the Haddock Highways Area Traffic Order Committee?
Yes, it would go to the Haddock, but that would be independent of any decision here today.
And there will be representation from this council and County Council on that committee. Councillor Jenny Brown. Well, Councillor Brown had her hand up actually before you, so I shouldn't have let you in.
Yeah, hello, sorry, new to all this. So I needed to ask, so this public footpath, has this got a hedgerow going all the way along it?
So at the moment, obviously the coloured in blue denotes the proposed footway on so the eastern side from the development site going north. At the moment, that is bounded by high hedgerow. Yes.
Right, okay, second question. You're giving it now 1.5 metres and you're saying that's why you're now approving it, but obviously you get the overgrowth. So from March to September, when you can't actually trim the hedges, you have an enormous amount of overgrowth. Plus, you've also got the increased traffic because of the holiday season. And another bit, do they pay you to put a pavement on the road?
No. So if the applicant is minded to what is offer it up for adoption by County Highways, has to go through the due process known in usual circumstances as 278 legal agreement, where obviously it would gain technical approval prior, and the 278 agreement is legal agreement for the applicant or developer usually to have the lawful right to carry out the works. Once it's built to a standard that highways see acceptable and it goes through the due process, we will then formally adopt it if we are minded to.
Yeah. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. As we all know, we're all local people, we all know this road on the best of occasions is very dangerous. It's extremely narrow, and I can't for any logical reason think why you've withdrawn your objections, because it hasn't made any difference to the road. The road is not wider in any sense, it's not more straight, it's still got tight bends, and it's still, in the words of Councillor Levine, an accident waiting to happen. It's beyond my comprehension why you've changed your mind. And the reasons or the excuses why you've changed your mind are pitiful, to be honest. And no major change has occurred.
If I could just have an opportunity to reply. Obviously, the two reasons for refusal previously, one was the width of the road.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah. What the first one in previous dialogue or previous applications, the first one was the width of the passing area on the northern side. It was stated in previous comments by Highways a minimum of 5.5 metres would be acceptable. That has now been secured, and we've been out on site with Councillor Bailey whilst the application was live, and it was measured several times. And looking at our highway road records, 5.5 metres is achievable. So that's the first element of the reason for refusal that we are now not in a position to refuse. The second element is regards to the footway width. Since previous dialogue, inclusive mobility document again does state in most circumstances 1.5 can be seen as acceptable. We've taken that into account, bearing in mind where it sits within the 30-mile speed limit, and also that what is put forward is going to materially change the environment of what is there now. That's a big difference. Vehicle speeds now aren't necessarily going to be vehicle speeds when this is built out. If anything, as discussed and liaised with our road safety team, it's envisaged that a priority access arrangement would actually see a reduction in overall speed traffic because of the nature of because of the nature of what is put forward, you've now got, as opposed to largely two-way vehicle flow as existing, I appreciate that there is constraints where larger vehicles struggle to pass each other. You now have a formalised priority access arrangement where it's single width. That naturally creates that environment where vehicles, with regards to pedestrian access, obviously that runs alongside the road, naturally will slow down, and that is what is envisaged by the Highway Authority.
Yes.
Well, I understand what you said. However, this is a bus route to Sidmouth, and the buses are, I don't know, every hour or so, every half an hour. You've got commercial vehicles running up through the lane, through the village, past the bow, up into Octree there. Where they meet along this particular piece is one of the most narrowest pieces. They're not going to be able to pass. And we all know from experience, and we all think we're the most perfect driver in the world, but none of us are. So you get a situation where once you get into a priority route, people are driving to get first so they can have the priority, which that in itself causes a problem, as you're well aware. So I don't think, be honest, I don't think it's a solution at all. But thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Chair. Ty, I'm not having a go, but your job is to make the roads safer. Is that correct?
Our position is to assess planning applications impartially and to ascertain from our point of view whether they are policy compliant and there's no overriding safety or capacity issues.
Excellent. Which I'll take it as a yes, but your job is to make the roads safer for pedestrians, for people, whatever. Your job isn't to make it less safe.
No, it's not to make it less safe.
Right. So, would you say that by putting 65 houses there, that will make the roads safer or not? I know you're going to say that you're making the best of it and that you have been given an extra 1.5 metres so you can get a pavement in there. But if you had a choice of not having the people there or having the people there, what would be safer?
We don't offer a design. We're not a design service. We assess what for the applicant. At the moment, you have an absence of a footway, and
you have no people there.
Do people walk down there?
Well, if they do, they're not going.
They don't do it because it's safe. So what we're looking at now is obviously a proposed footway and a priority access arrangement system, which is one-way flow as opposed to two, what is now.
I understand that it is. You are looking at what is in front of you. What I'm saying to you is, if you didn't have those people there, it would be safer. It has to be because there isn't the people there. We're being asked
Councillor
to put
Barlow, can I just interject?
Of course
I mean,
you can.
to be fair, if we didn't have anybody anywhere, then it might well be safer, might it? I mean, it's a little bit, where are we going with this?
Well, I get your point as well. We're going for the simple reason we're being asked to give 65 extra houses. We're being told that we can make it safe-ish, but it's not perfect. It's not as safe, so therefore, why have we changed our mind? Suddenly we're saying that it's now safe where it wasn't before.
But you're pushing him to try and answer a question that he can't really answer because you're saying, is it safe or is it not safe? What he's saying to you is he's got to look at whether or not the scheme and the proposal that has been put forward is policy compliant in planning terms. And he's being asked to give a view as to whether or not that's the case. I think he can answer that question if I'm correct.
Yeah. Not
Do you
assess the
believe it's
existing
policy
situation.
compliant, the scheme that's been put forwards?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jess Bailey.
Thank you very much. Yes, we did go and measure that width, but it was really unclear. There's no clear line where the highway begins and where the person's driveway ends. And I think the question that I have for you is around the priority system. Well, I've got lots of questions actually, but the priority system to me just is not clear. There seems to be a total lack of clarity over what's intended, and there still doesn't seem to have been any road safety audit on actually the priority system. And there also seems to be a total lack of clarity over, it seems to me that there's still, whatever length it is, there's still, the pavement is below the recommended minimum. And I think Councillor Brown Jenny Brown, particularly hit the nail on the head, because it's hedge all the way along there. That's going to grow out all through the spring and summer. And so, you know, you can draw it on a plan, but the reality is very different. And I'd also be interested to hear what the consultant who spoke and who addressed the committee on the comments that have been made by the Highways Authority, if that's possible.
Thank you. Obviously, private owners are at obligation to keep the hedge cut back, and we also have our own hedge maintenance programme.
Thank you. Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pick up on on education for a minute, because Devon County Education Department quite openly says in their response they want a contribution of £269,277. This will relate directly to providing education facilities for those living in the development. And it will be seek a contribution directly towards additional primary education infrastructure at the local school. Those of us that know the area and know the school, and I'm also listening to the ward members for the area behind, know this school can't be expanded. It is landlocked completely. So Devon County are asking for money. One, by the way, nowhere in this report does it mention the money we should be giving to them. And I think that's an omission on the section 106 part on page 139, because there is a shortfall obviously there anyway. And two, what they're asking for can't be delivered. So I'm at a loss completely, and I don't think this application should go anywhere until that and the other highways issues are clarified. So, you know, when we come to debate it...
Councillor Howe, do you have a question? Because for highways, because you're talking about education, which is separate.
Well, it's highway, not highways. This is about Miss Ormsby asking. I'm asking the question as what's happened to Devon County Education, and why are they asking for money and we not providing it, or why have we ignored it? And where also should we get this answer as to where it's going to be spent, because obviously what they're saying is different from the local knowledge.
Do you want to answer?
So, yes, we don't collect money for education through 106 because we collect it through SIL. So, because we have SIL, it would be there would be no justification for us taking that money separately. And there is SIL funding that is specifically directed at education infrastructure. So that is how it's addressed. The only time we would be seeking 106 contributions for education is areas such as Cranbrook where we don't have SIL. In terms of how the facilities would be delivered, that would be a matter for the Education Authority. They haven't said in their response that they object and that it isn't possible. I'm reasonably confident that they are aware of the school infrastructure in terms of the nature of sites and the size, etc., of existing schools when they're putting forward those comments. So in the absence of an objection and the fact that we are delivering the money through SIL, we are satisfied that we are policy compliant in that regard. Thank you.
Councillor Johns.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got a question for highways. We heard earlier, well, two questions actually. We heard earlier with reference to the road width, etc., and about the fact that you need to allow a car's width when you're overtaking a cyclist, etc. And obviously we're all trying to be a bit more environmentally friendly, cycle everywhere, etc. This road is not going to be wide enough to go a car's width around a cyclist in any of its points. And the second question is, you're turning around saying about the pavement being less than 1.5 metres only for a stretch of 15 metres, etc. But 15 metres, if you're in a mobility scooter, which is on average 650 millimetres wide, is a long way. So are you expecting the mobility scooters to come off, go onto the road, pass each other, pass double pushchairs, etc., with mums walking their kids to and from school? Or are you having a one-way traffic flow system on the pavement as well as the road?
This is a question session. Yeah. Right, another question, Councillor Barlow.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
We were going to answer, sorry.
with regards to the cyclists, yes, so the idea will be that there will be no overtaking, which will be safer for the cyclists, so they'll be less likely to be involved in side swipe accidents.
So at the moment, obviously, the existing stretch of highway going towards the access site, there is obviously a constraint where vehicles struggle to pass, larger vehicles struggle to pass. The implementation of this priority access arrangement, we wouldn't envisage any drivers overtaking cyclists. Bear in mind now, it's the constraints are of a 3.2 metre width for a priority access arrangement. So in our personal opinion, if anything, is going to remove the likelihood of vehicles overtaking because there isn't the ability to do so. That was considered as part of our RSA, and just because cyclists weren't mentioned in our response doesn't mean they weren't considered, because they were with our road safety team. With regard to your question regarding the footway, and obviously the temporary tapering where it falls down below 1.5 metres, well, the forward visibility is enough for people to interpret over 18 metres what is oncoming to them in terms of pedestrian footfall, and they have the ability to make that decision whether they want to wait or not.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow.
Can I ask a question of Mrs Ormsby? Is that allowed at this point?
Resources?
No. Mrs Ormsby.
Sorry, what's he say?
Yes.
Yes. Right. Thank you. Sorry. In the 106 legal matters, you state that the provision of on-site affordable housing 25% of the number of houses. Is that right? Because they're offering 50% on page 139, or should that read 50%?
I apologise. I thought that typo had been amended. That is incorrect. It is 50%. Thank you. And thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Councillor Smith. Oh, yes, I've got it down. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if it was possible for the highways consultant that spoke earlier to come back and comment on any of the comments that the highways officers have made. I'd be interested to know if he's changed any of his opinions on what he discovered in his technical note at all.
Yeah. Sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor Collins?
I was just wondering if it would be possible for the independent highways consultant that spoke earlier to come back and comment on any of the things he's heard today, and if he's changed any of his opinions on the safety of the road based on what he's heard.
Independent highways
consultant that spoke earlier.
Are you referring to the agent?
No, the gentleman was an objector.
Oh,
yes.
Well, no, we don't. We if your question is about highways, we have the officers here. That's what they're for. It's not for members of the public objectors. Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith.
In an endeavour to try and move us on a little bit, I think obviously we're talking about a balance, and so we're trying to find the balance and make sure that the right information and the right discussion is had. So I know that we're in debate now. So as I see it, I've chosen basically 4 things, I think, in terms of planning matters that weigh against this going forward. And I think they roughly come down to traffic congestion, which is NPPF 11, DM1, the East Devon local plan, and DM6. We got loss of agricultural land, which there are multiple references to. I know we've made, and I've got them if you need them later on. We've got the impact to local wildlife, which is NPPF 19 and 23, and DM1 and DM3, and then we've also got the impact of character and appearance of the area, however localised, it is again weighing against it. So we've got the NPPF paragraph 31 and DM1 for East Devon and DM5 for the local plan. So there are just 4 things in planning matter steps. I also found it really interesting that in agenda item 16 later on, there was a statement made about the public interest also being a planning matter, the level of public interest in an area. I know it's slightly different, but people have turned out in mass and they have voiced their concerns. So I think that's probably factors in as well.
Thank you. Now, have we had all the questions, please? Thank you. I'd like to thank the highways officers as well for coming along I'd just like to make one comment before we move into debate. I was on Devon County Council School Transport Appeals panel for 12 years, where we used to go out if there were any concerns about safety. We would go out all around Devon, sometimes leaving home just after 5 in the morning, and walk the route that school children would be walking at that time, but there would be no notification of our intention to come out and have a look as a panel. So you have that option. Parents have that option. If they think a route is unsafe, you can appeal. If officers decide it is safe, you can appeal to the school transport panel, who will, if they have any concerns about safety, conscientiously go out and walk that route. So that's something the objectors might like to bear in mind, or any supporters as well. So it may well be that this committee might want to have a site inspection, but I mean, that's for you all to decide. Now we'll move into debate. Members of the committee. Jenny Brown.
Right, thank you. Hopefully you can all hear me. So I am saying that this is against Strategy 4B, Balanced Communities, Strategy 5B, Sustainable Transport, EN 21, River and Coastal Flooding, and the site is Grade 2 agricultural land. And inappropriate developments in areas at risk of flooding should be avoided by directing development away from areas at highest risk, whether existing or future. Where development is necessary in such areas, the development should be made safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere. And development should not be allocated or permitted if there are reasonable available sites appropriate for the proposed development in areas with a lower risk of flooding. And there have been other preferred sites which are not in floodplains that have been identified on the emerging local plan. And this development does not provide wider sustainability benefits to the community that outweigh the flood risk or the traffic. Thank you.
Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Chair. We've got several in front of us today to make decisions on, and I looked straight away at the emerging local plan, and this site was rejected. It was put for consultation, but it was rejected less than 6 months ago. We went to the public and said to them, it's been rejected, not just on highway grounds, but for many other reasons. So the Greenfield site relates well to the built-up area, highly sensitive in heritage terms, unable to achieve satisfactory access and pavement. And it just makes us look ridiculous if 6 months later, after we've just spent thousands, tens of thousands of pounds consulting on this, that we then suddenly go back and say, no, it's all changed, just because of the 5-year landscape, 5-year housing supply. I understand the tilted balance. I just don't think it should tilt perhaps this far.
I think that is a question that I put to Mrs. Ormsby about whether these other concerns are overridden by the 5-year land supply, by the tilted balance. Councillor Brown, Colin Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Look at the reasons for refusal in the past. One of the reasons was the number of houses specified in East Devon local plan have been substantially exceeded, and the need for additional housing in this location has not been demonstrated. Now, I am supportive of development for housing and employment, especially for local people, so that East Devon can remain a flourishing and vibrant place. Many areas of high-grade agricultural land and green wedges are being turned into housing estates that are out of character and scale with the surrounding areas, and not delivering low-cost homes for local people, and not being accompanied by the infrastructure needed. The NPPF, presumably in favour of ill-defined substantial development, has inevitably tipped the balance in favour of developers keen to build on open and cheap local countryside, and the local voices are being ignored. This year, so far, this committee has approved in outline over 3,700 buildings. We need to stop this project being added to that list. It is outside the built-up area boundary, it is in flood zone 3, has 10 species of bat that are considered of regional value, dormice in edges and vegetation that would require European protected species licence to remove them, as well as slow worms on the site as well. And I just cannot support it.
Are you allowed to say that?
Thank you. Any other speakers, please? Councillor Gazzard.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is a very contentious application. And I do question, Chair. We are forced into a position where we have to be guided by the tilted balance. And I think there comes a time when we say, I'm sorry, we can't accept the tilted balance. And I think there have been enough reasons why I believe that we can refuse this application today. And if Councillor Jenny Brown is putting her proposal for...
No, she didn't make a proposal, okay. Councillor Gazzard. We'd only just started the debate. Jenny was the first one to speak. Yeah. We don't take proposals at the beginning, but I think we're now moving into that time when I'm prepared to take a proposal.
Thank you, Chair. Apologise.
Can I just ask Mrs Ormsby to come back, please? Respond to that.
Right, so just coming back on some of the points that have been raised. So I think we have to bear in mind, first of all, that the 2021 refusal was at a time when we did have a 5-year housing land supply. So Strategy 7 had full weight, etc. So we were looking at things in quite a different balance in terms of looking at the planning balance. I recognise that it is relatively recently that the site was dismissed in the local plan review. The primary reason being the site access issues. When the council go through those site assessments, they only delve to a certain level of detail in terms of site suitability. There isn't the potential to look at things in the length of detail that we do when we're actually assessing a planning application. It has subsequent, and at the time, obviously, there were previous objections from Devon County Council on highway matters. Devon County Highways have now lifted their objection. They do not object. They consider that the detailed scheme that they've now had put before them, subject to the changes that have been made since the last application, mean that they do not think they could substantiate a refusal insofar as that it does not demonstrate that it meets the policy requirements to provide a safe and suitable access for all to the site. In terms of some of the other issues that have been raised, ecology, there is no objection from the council, from the district ecologist. The site will deliver 10% biodiversity net gain. In terms of needs for Natural England licences in respect of bats, that's commonplace. We have that on many planning applications. It's not in itself a reason for refusal, provided adequate mitigation can be provided, which in this case it can. So there would be no justification to refuse this application on grounds of ecology or biodiversity. In terms of flood risk, part of the site lies within flood zones 2 and 3. The majority lies within flood zone 1. The illustrative layout shows that all of the proposed development, the housing, will be in flood zone 1. So therefore, the issues quoted by Councillor Brown in terms of citing of housing within flood zones in the NPPF does not apply. There is no objection from Devon County Flood Risk Team to this proposal. There would be no justification to refuse this scheme on grounds of flood risk. I think the officers have made it, have stated that there are two aspects to this scheme which officers consider do weigh negatively in the planning balance. And that is the visual impact on the character of the area caused by the creation of the new access, and the loss of Grade 2 agricultural land. Those are the issues that the officers do recognise are negative, but overall the officers' view is that in the absence of any other technical objections that could be substantiated at any appeal, that applying the tilted balance, those two aspects are not significantly do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of providing 63 houses, including 50% affordable homes.
Thank you. Is it a question, Councillor Brown?
It is a question. Bearing in mind that this committee has approved outline over 3,700 properties since January this year, how do you justify that we haven't got a 5-year land supply, bearing in mind additional to those amounts is ones that have been approved which doesn't come to committee?
So the report that sort of at the start of this report back sets out in full detail how the 5-year housing land supplies is calculated, and I can understand that it does seem that in the face of it, with some of the big schemes we've had through in the Cranbrook area, that we are approving a lot of housing numbers. However, when you're looking at 5-year housing supply, it's not just the amount of planning permissions. It's what we have to look at is what's the likelihood, or what is likely to be actually built out within the next 5 years. So our planning policy colleagues do a lot of work working with developers, landowners, trying to understand what's likely to come on board and be built out within the next 5 years. And that has to be clearly evidenced. And that is now set out. We have published our housing position statement. It says we have a 4.28 housing land supply. We can't move away from that. That's a published statement by this council. And in previous appeal decisions, for example, there was an appeal because somebody mentioned earlier, it doesn't necessarily sound that bad, does it? 4.28. It's how far away is that from the 5%? However, in appeal situations, inspectors, I think there was an appeal, and it's mentioned in the report that was part of the pack today, a 4.3% housing land supply was not deemed to be a moderate, was not deemed to be just a moderate shortfall by an inspector. In other words, it is considered to be a significant shortfall, a shortfall of a provision of only 4.28. So for those reasons, as I say, I can understand it seems at odds with everything that's been going on in the committee, but the housing position statement is clear that we do not have a 5-year housing land supply.
Is question?
Yeah, question. So what you're basically saying is these developers spend hundreds of thousands of pounds getting planning permission and don't carry it forward.
I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that the things we've permitted are not going to be built. It's looking at how are they going to come forward within the next 5 years. Building has slowed down at the moment because of the economic climate, and so the detailed assessment that officers have done on what is likely to be built in the next 5 years have indicated that we will not be meeting our housing targets, hence the shortfall.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow.
Can I make a proposal, Chair, that before we go against our officer's recommendation, that we have a site visit to see? It seems to be, the main thing seems to be this highway safety. And for those members that haven't been there, I think it's important that we go and see it before we make a decision and go against what we are being advised.
But even if we had a site visit, and if we refused because we didn't think it was safe, we would still be overruled at appeal because of the officer's recommendation from Highways?
We don't know that, obviously, Chair, because an appeal is an appeal, and you go in front of someone, it's their opinion then against ours. However, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that I feel that if we had a site visit, maybe we could alleviate some of the worries, and then maybe we might agree with the officers. But I don't know that. That's the point of a site visit.
Right, I'll move to Jenny Brown. Eh? Well, Highways, you'd like to speak on this, would you?
I think you're on about with particular regard regarding the footway. It's all well and good. You can have a site visit, but you're looking at something that's not there yet. You're looking at a design put forward that isn't there. And to reiterate, the proposal put forward is going to fundamentally change the environment on that stretch of road. So whilst you can have a site visit, you've also got to envisage what is being put forward, and that has been put forward through the supporting drawings. And while I've got this opportunity, and I wanted to just state this from earlier discussion regarding adoptions of the footway, and it's apologies if my fault from earlier discussion is actually on the existing highway. So it's currently obviously highway maintainable land at public expense, so it would have to be designed, built out, and that includes drainage and lighting to our satisfaction in order to not compromise its adoptability. In usual circumstances for footways, and there will be elements of the access which is in the applicant's ownership that will form part of the 278 works. Usually you adopt the all of the highway, which is not quite often private land. In this instance, a majority of the footway is already existing public highway, and it would have to be, like again, built out, designed, including lighting and drainage, and agreed in conjunction with our drainage and lighting engineers and our agreement officers as in an event of any favourable decision notice.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Jenny Brown.
Hello, sorry, just to reiterate again, the government has stated that development should not be allocated or permitted if there are reasonable available sites appropriate for the proposed development in areas with a lower risk of flooding. Seems to me that this is something that we can actually hang our hat on, even though Environment Agency says that they've covered all the risks of flooding. We still are in a climate change, and it is getting worse, and rainfall is getting heavier. We are also the wettest part of the country, the West Coast, because this is where all the rain comes into. So I'm just saying.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey. Is it a question? Is it a question or a proposal?
Well, it's more of an observation, Chair, if that's all right.
I think you've spoken before on this.
Well,
so I only allow questions. It's in the Constitution.
We're having a debate now.
We are having a debate.
Yes. From Councillor Bailey in debate. We haven't heard from Councillor Bailey.
All right. Okay. Yes. We haven't spoken. You haven't spoken.
Thank you, Damien. Thank you, Chair. And may I say, the chocolates are delicious, Chair. Thank you. But I've listened patiently, and I understand what Mrs. Hornsey has said. I understand what Highways said. And I'm delighted to see Highways here. It's a very rare occasion. As far as I was concerned before, I thought Highways are like dormice. They didn't come out very often.
Well, no, I think that reflects the concerns of this committee.
However, listening to all this, it defies logic. Because given if we had a 5-year land supply, and hopefully in the fullness of time we will get one very shortly, but you never know. But the situation we're in at the moment, surely the reaction to the lack of a 5-year land supply should be proportional. It doesn't mean the whole thing's gone down the river on a barge. You know, it's all washed away. So if we had a 5-year land supply, we wouldn't even be discussing this. It wouldn't even come before us because of all the reasons that we all know. Therefore, what we're doing, this is the third or fourth one we've had in this type of application of recently. It's destroying our countryside. It's annoying 7 bells at our residents, and I can't blame them. And it's an absolute destructive act that we have performed because we're stuck in a corner, as Councillor Gazza said, we're up against it. We're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. But I think now the time has come to say stop, no thank you, because if we carry on like this, within 12 months or 2 years, the area that we know and love as a recreational area, as a good place to live, will be overgrown with these horrendous developments, thrown anywhere that anyone can get, and it's just wrong, totally wrong. I'd just like to make that quite clear, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That wasn't a proposal, I take it.
I shall leave my proposals to my friend Mr. Barlow. He seems to be
Sorry,
very
Chair.
good at coming
Well,
up with
he's not
proposals.
down to speak again. Anne Paul?
Thank you, Chair. The tilted balance with the lack of 5-year land supply, I find very hard to accept when we're actually dealing with a minimum width of a footpath, which is a health and safety issue. If I knew I was going to override their health and safety terms of a minimum width, I wouldn't. And this is for future generations. It's not been built 100 years ago where we didn't have the cars and big lorries. The buses, it states, needs a 6 something wide, 6.5 metre road. This is only 5.5. In sustainability terms, I'm assuming this will be on a bus route. Where is it going to stop in this narrow road to pick up passengers? I would say, to me, it doesn't seem a sustainable site, and I can't support something which goes against minimum rules. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Howe?
Thank you, Chair. And at present, I'm believing we haven't got a proposal at all at this minute in time.
Sorry, we have got a proposal at the moment.
For a site visit.
We've got a proposal for a site visit to consider the highways issues. Now, what I wanted to say, Councillor Barlow, bearing in mind that the highways officer said you'll be looking at something that's not there, you'll have to envisage it. That's quite often the case. Do you still want to go ahead with that proposal? Because that is the one that we've got on the table at the moment.
It is a proposal, yes.
Okay, then. So we'll have to deal with that one first then, Chair.
Is there a seconder for a site visit? There is no seconder for a site visit.
Yep. That
So-
motion falls then. Thank you.
Therefore, that proposal is lost. Mike Howe, please.
Right. Subject to everything we've heard and the reasons that we cannot argue against highways, it seems at present, we cannot argue against flooding because it is not built in a floodplain, it is outside the floodplain that's being built, and everything else. I am falling back to the only thing I can see a reason for refusal of, and that is on D1, design and local distinctiveness. And that is purely because that access will be horrendous in that locality. And when you add to that, you can see this site, I believe, from the AOMB and other areas, and from quite a wide-ranging area. I disagree with our landscape assessment, and as such, I believe we should refuse it on grounds of D1. The overwhelming impact of the local sites and also the wider area as well. Thank you.
So, that is a proposal?
Yes, I'll make that a proposal.
Right, is there a seconder? Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, and if possible, I'll add some weight to that as well, because we've still got the loss of agricultural land, which is mentioned in the officer's report, which is DM3 and MPPF 19 and 23 and DM1. And we still have the traffic congestion issue as well, which Wendy didn't mention, but there was a long list of things, so I'd understand it got lost in a little bit of the conversation. But yes, I will second the proposal.
Thank you. So we've had a proposal, it's been seconded. Members, can you... Oh, over to Damien. This is his bit.
Okay. So at the moment, we've got a proposal for refusal on the basis that the proposal is contrary to policy D1, design and distinctiveness, and you're saying that you believe there will be an overwhelming impact on the local site and also the wider area. So before we do take a vote, excuse me, Chair, there was a couple of matters that Mrs Ormsby mentioned earlier. I don't know whether or not they're worthwhile for the members to take on board, but you did comment about the two issues that potentially weighed against the proposal were the visual impact on the area, but also the loss of the Grade 2 agricultural land. Just wondered whether or not you thought that that was something that members should be taking on board.
Well, the officer report identifies two elements that weigh, in the officer's opinion, against the development, which is the loss of the Grade 2 agricultural land and the localised adverse landscape impact. So yes, those are those two elements, although I would again make it very clear that the officer view is that in the light of the tilted balance, those two reasons would not likely succeed in defending any appeal on this proposal. But they are obviously reasons that could be used if that's what members' view is.
Thank you.
So,
Now we've concluded the debate. Councillor Barlow.
Well, I'd like just
give you an opportunity.
sorry, to the solicitor then, can we add to that? Because if that's who you're relying on to stop this, then
Well, as you've heard from me on several occasions before, I think it's always good to try and have one good reason than 4 or 5 not so good reasons. That's why I asked Mrs Ormsby to comment on whether or not she thought it was worthwhile adding these extra reasons. She's obviously said that she doesn't think that they're sustainable and that they will be upheld. Obviously, if the proposer and the seconder want to take on board anything that you want to suggest as an extra, obviously that's for them to consider. So you, by all means, you can put something forward for them to consider. Whether they'll take it on board's up to them.
Well, I would suggest then that although the County Highways has said that they deem it to be safe, local knowledge might say that it isn't. And again, we are arguing about the width of the highways. Someone brought up that this is looking ahead, where there may be even more cars in the future, even though we're supposed to be sustainable and everyone's going to go by bike. But if that doesn't happen and people still use cars in the future, there may be more cars. So I would stress to people, listen to what your officer is saying. If you are just hanging it on one thing, I don't think, personally, that is strong enough. I think if you're going to do this, you need to go and say that you do not believe this is safe and that you want to put that in there. Because to me, that is the one thing that is a little bit questionable on this. And certainly the views from far afield, I just don't think you're going to get that. But that's my opinion.
I'd like to invite Councillor Howe to respond to that, bearing in mind that Highways have not supported it, but have lifted their objections, and you know full well, Mike, how that would stand up at appeal if we refused it.
Yep, quite happy to respond to that. And no, I do not accept adding. I'm happy to accept the agricultural land. I think that's a good one, as Ms Ormsby and my seconder has proposed. But no, adding to it on highways grounds would put us at risk of costs due to our highways appeal, due to a highways stance. But, and this is the point we're making, we have 2 grounds for refusal if it's refused. If it went to appeal, there is nothing stopping the local population employing their highway consultant and arguing against Devon Highways' opinion. And that would be at the appeal. That would be nothing to do with us.
No.
We're safe on our reasoning, and I believe it's reasonable and good grounds to refuse in the weighted balance. We're just changing the skew of the weight. And as such, I wholly recommend what I've already said. Thank you.
Okay. Damien, can we go to the vote now?
Okay, yeah. So just in brief.
Oh, hold on. Sorry? Mrs Ormsby.
Yes, sorry. So if this was to be refused, because there is no signed 106 agreement, there should also be a reason for refusal saying that there's no mechanism been submitted to secure the delivery of the affordable housing and the other matters that are proposed to go into a 106 agreement. I mean, obviously, if it was at appeal and an agreement had then been entered into, that would fall away. But for the time being, we would need to include that as a reason for refusal. Similarly, we would also need to include the fact that there's been no mechanism provided to, actually, I just need to double check that. Bear with me one moment. It's to do with the Pebblebed Heath mitigation.
You want to?
So similarly, I was just checking whether or not the contributions had already paid in advance, because with smaller applications they are. I don't believe they have in this instance. I think they're proposed also to go into the section 106. So again, there would be a further reason for refusal to say that no mechanism has been provided to secure a contribution towards measures to mitigate the effects of the recreational use of the East Devon Pebblebed Heath Special Area of Conservation. So the detailed wording for that would effectively reflect the wording in the 2021 reason for refusal on those two matters.
Thank you. Right, Damien.
I'm sorry, Wendy, just so I've got that. There's no mechanism secure for the provision of the mitigation measures for the pebble bed heath. But sorry, I didn't quite catch the other bit. Sorry.
So that would be, and then a second reason for refusal, no mechanism has been submitted to secure the necessary affordable homes, public open space requirements arising from the development.
Okay, thank you. Right, Chair. Excuse me, I'll do my best now. So we've got a proposal for refusal following grounds that the scheme is contrary to policy D1 for design and local distinctiveness, saying that there's an overwhelming impact on the local site and the wider area. There'll be the loss of the Grade 2 agricultural land, and there's also no mechanism secure for the provision of necessary affordable housing, public open space, and also mitigation measures in respect of the Pebblebed Heath scheme.
Just in terms of the reason for refusal proposed on landscape, I would also recommend reference to Strategy 46, landscape conservation enhancement, and NP1, development in the countryside of neighbourhood plan parishes for Ottery St Mary. And I think you did include the loss of BMV as a fourth reason.
That was the second reason, but
Yeah, thank you.
Do members want me to go through it all again, or do you think, you're happy that you can take that on board as well? Yeah. Okay then, right, so then if we can go to the vote, all members in favour of the refusal.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in support of refusal.
And all those against? None. And any abstentions?
2 abstentions. So refusal is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Members, I'm calling a 10-minute break. If you can come back, say just after 22.
Thank you.
Bye. Application 230727, it's a major outline, a land north of Eastfield, West Hill, pages 147 to 186. Mrs. Ormsby to present the report, please.
Good morning. So this is an application, it's an outline planning application for the erection of up to 30 dwellings with all matters reserved apart from means of access. And this proposal includes 50% affordable housing. And the site is land north of Eastfield at West Hill, and it comprises 2 fields of grade 3 and grade 3 agricultural land. It's not been specified whether it's 3A or 3B. So for the purposes of this report, officers have considered taking it on the basis of being 3A and presuming it therefore to be best and most versatile agricultural land. The site sits outside of the built-up area boundary for West Hill. And as mentioned for the previous application, however, with the situation with the 5-year housing land supply, very little weight can be given to the fact that it is effectively development within the countryside, and we need to consider whether or not we need to consider this in the light of the tilted balance in favour of sustainable development, and whether there are any adverse impacts arising from this development which would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of delivering housing. And as I did mention before, this is a proposal that includes 50% affordable housing. The site access, the site itself is in 2 parcels, so there's one main field here to the north of Eastfield Gardens, and then a small area of land here to the east. And access to both sites is via Eastfield Gardens here and here. This is an aerial Google image just showing the site. So it's this field here and this field here. There are the trees to the northern area and along the southern area are covered by tree preservation orders and are proposed to be retained as part of this proposal. And as you can see here, that's where the access would come through into this parcel and through that you're taking access of both of these cul-de-sacs into the eastern parcel. You can also, it's useful to also have a look in terms of the overall layout character of this area of West Hill. West Hill, the neighbourhood plan makes clear, very much values the verdant nature of the village, the presence of trees, hedgerows, and relatively low density development within the settlement. This is an outline application with only access to be agreed, but this illustrative plan shows how the number of dwellings proposed could be accommodated within the site. And what this does demonstrate is that that the development can come forward in a relatively low density of development, comparable certainly with the development of Eastfield Gardens to the south, and not dissimilar to some of the neighbouring plots, and also incorporates a large open green space within the centre, again, which would give a feeling of openness and greenness within the development. And then again, you've got showing how 5 dwellings could be sited within this eastern parcel of land. This is a tree constraints plan just showing areas of protected trees and how they would be excluded from the construction area in here and again in here. So those yellow areas indicating the areas of protection, and then the houses sited to sit out of the root protection areas of those trees. These are some photographs. So this is looking southeast from the end of Eastfield Gardens, looking into the area. This is the smaller field that we're looking at here, and some of the protected trees to be retained. This is looking north from the end of Eastfield Gardens, so this is an area here which is proposed for development. This is looking now at the access point to the main field parcel, so looking north. So there's an existing access that would literally continue through into the plot. And this is looking east towards Perry's Garden down here. And this is looking to the rear of Oak Tree Gardens from the access point. So the access is in here, and that's the existing fencing along that boundary. And this is the northern boundary of the trees that are protected by TPOs. And as you can see, the land is rising slightly. So the key issues are all addressed in detail in the committee report. And you'll note that there's no technical objections to the development in terms of highways, flood risk, ecology, biodiversity, etc. It's acknowledged that there will be some adverse landscape impact occurring, just simply by the nature of when you build within a green field. Within a green field, the character of it will clearly change. But it is considered that the existing tree screening that surrounds a lot of the site boundaries means that the impact will be very much localised. It's not going to have wider adverse landscape impacts. There's also the loss of the Grade 3 agricultural land, which is best and most versatile land that also weighs negatively in the planning balance. However, the officer's view is that the site can comfortably accommodate the proposed development without having adverse impacts, without having any significant adverse impacts on neighbour amenity or any other material planning considerations, and that the provision of 30 homes, including 50% affordable housing, is significantly and demonstrably outweigh any harm that might be arise from that localised landscape impact and the loss of the Grade 3 agricultural land. So the recommendation is for approval and to adopt the appropriate assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Now we have one objector. Marion Tate, please. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion Tate and I live in Eastfield Gardens, West Hill. I'd like to thank East Devon District Council for the opportunity to address this meeting with my concerns and objections to the proposed development. Many residents have already forwarded their objections on the overall development. On these objections, and all these objections have been well documented, I fully support the objections and concerns. My main objections today are addressed to the small eastern plot. The eastern plot is situated at the end of two existing, quite different and pleasant cul-de-sacs. There are 10 affordable houses already located in the existing development of Hawthorne Close. The proposal to build more would make the final total disproportionately high within this area. Currently, the parking within Hawthorne Close is difficult or totally impossible as the close narrows to the end. The only parking available is residential. On the submitted plan, there is no additional parking within the new build area, only residential. The density of buildings within the plot compromises the amount of road space and parking. I have major concerns over the disruption during construction. Parking will be a huge issue, with heavy vehicles and all the trades, materials and contractors that are necessary for the build. 2 points of access to the eastern plot will not be able to cope. Both these access roads do not have pavements. The disruption will affect the immediate residents to Hawthorne Close and Eastfield Gardens in particular. Attention to access, parking and disruption during the construction has to be addressed. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Now we have West Hill Parish Council. A statement to be read out by Wendy, please.
Thank you, Chair. West Hill Parish Council reiterates its objection to the... Oh, apologies. Let me stop my...
Might want to bring it a bit nearer.
West Hill Parish Council reiterates its objection to this application and stands by its original consultee comments. We won't repeat those comments, but we ask, where will the children go to school? West Hill Primary School and King's School are oversubscribed.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. How you might come a little closer.
Where will householders access healthcare? The nearest GP services in Ottery are already overstretched and the dentists in West Hill and Ottery are not taking new patients. Where will householders work? There are no employment opportunities in the village. Where will the children play and enjoy sport? There is a serious lack of public open space for sports and recreational facilities in West Hill. The open space proposed in this application does not remedy this. Where is the nearest public transport? The nearest bus stop is a mile away. Clearly, the site is unsustainable. There is a planning precedent to refuse the application. Previous appeals were dismissed. The site is outside the West Hill built-up area boundary in the adopted local plan. We recognise that EDDC cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, yet West Hill is paying the price as field after field is the target of development. The Parish Council supports the concerns and requirements of other consultees around flooding, trees and ecology. The Council regularly receives reports of surface water flooding from the site to neighbouring properties. This will only get worse with climate change. Residents across West Hill have serious concerns over the disruption that would be caused during the construction phase. The Eastfield estate roads are narrow, twisty and difficult to pass due to on-street parking. At times, delivery vehicles and refuse lorries are unable to pass. Adding large construction vehicles to this situation will create further disruption and danger. There is no alternative access to the site and wider Eastfield area, and we are concerned about emergency vehicles not getting through. If the committee is minded to approve the application, the Parish Council requests, number 1, a footpath is built from the development through to Bendarroch Road to improve pedestrian access to the bus route and improve connectivity through the village. Number 2, the housing density is reduced from the proposed 30 dwellings. The draft local plan suggested 25 and the current neighbourhood plan suggests even less. Number 3, a robust construction environment management plan is put in place that considers the impact of the whole village. During the previous Blue Cedar development, materials were stored on the edge of the village and transported to the site through the village, causing noise and disruption. Many of West Hill's roads lack lighting and pavements and are shared with pedestrians using the school, village hall and shop. And finally, number 4, sufficient parking on site should be mandated to minimise additional on-road parking in the Eastfield area. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have the agent, Des Dunlop, please. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Dunlop.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today. As you've heard, this application is in outline with all matters reserved apart from means of access. It proposes up to 30 dwellings, and any reserved matters application would set out the layout and design of the dwellings in more detail. That would include things like the location of affordable housing, open space, parking, etc. The position with regards to 5-year housing land supply has been well discussed earlier today. I'm not going to go into that in any detail. However, it is worth noting at this stage that this site has been identified for residential development in the emerging draft local plan. The applicants have worked diligently with your officers and all the statutory consultees, both prior to the submission of the application and during its determination. The officers' report has carried out a detailed assessment of the proposals, as you've no doubt read. As you have heard, there are no objections raised from any of the statutory technical consultees in respect of highways, flooding, foul and surface water drainage, landscape, ecology, or indeed impact on local services and facilities. Indeed, I note concern from third parties about potential drainage issues, but the drainage would be designed with runoff rates much lower than greenfield rates and suitable attenuation to ensure no flooding occurs. The application offers betterment to that which currently exists in the surrounding area, and such issues can be dealt with in any proposed 106 agreement or conditions which the applicants are happy to accept. Conditions could also deal with construction management plans, which hopefully would allay concerns of local residents and the parish council. The site's well related to the existing settlement with housing on 3 sides and represents, in our view, a logical extension. It's not covered by any statutory environmental or landscape designation, and as I say, it's recognised by the fact it is a draft allocation in your emerging local plan. Whilst the development utilises a small greenfield site, it has no potential for continued agricultural use, and such sites will be required to meet future housing needs in the district. The relevant assessment of the proposal concludes that the benefits provided outweigh any harm, and that development represents sustainable development as defined in the MPPF. The applicants will also provide the necessary financial contributions towards education of the NHS where necessary and required, as well as providing policy-compliant affordable homes. So in accordance with your officer's report, I'd respectfully request that your officer's recommendation be endorsed and planning permission granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlop. Board member now, Councillor Jess Bailey. Jess, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I strongly object to this application for the following reasons. Number one, it's not actually in a sustainable location, and future occupants will be heavily car dependent. The committee report states that there are adequate pedestrian and cycle linkages to the majority of services within the village, and that there are also bus stops nearby which provide suitable linkages further afield. However, the committee report does not address the fact that the 2011 planning inquiry determined that the site was unsustainable. In 2011, the inspector, and I agree with that inspector, stated, other than the shop and the primary school, there are few other facilities within a convenient walking distance. The inspector noticed that the closest bus stop is 950 metres away. I think it's actually 1.5 kilometres away, a distance which would discourage bus use, and that the frequencies and timings of the services to Exeter and Honiton are such that it is unlikely to be an attractive option for many people. He concluded that it had poor public transport links and stated it's likely that the appeal proposal will be highly dependent on trips by the private car. In my view, it's wrong that a site which was deemed to be unsustainable in 2011 is now deemed sustainable. Number two, the infrastructure is completely inadequate. Many residents often raise concerns with me about the difficulties of getting doctor's appointment. The fact that the schools, including the King's School, is oversubscribed, and for the first time ever this year there's insufficient space for Year 7 children in catchment to get spaces. There's also virtually no open space or sports pitches within West Hill, and allowing this application for 30 houses, which is a lot for West Hill, will just exacerbate the pressures. Finally, I want to object on the basis of harm to trees. There are many magnificent mature trees in and around the site, and I believe the site is unable to accommodate the amount of houses without putting additional future pressure on the trees. Whilst the tree officers have not objected, they have raised concerns about a number of matters. Trees, for instance, along the southern boundary are 22 metres in height with a crown spread of up to 10 metres to the east and west, which will cause significant shading. The dwelling closest to T38 is just 2.5 metres to the north of the edge of the crown. The shading from the trees on the southern boundary would cover practically all the gardens on the south between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. And T10 is a similarly large tree on the western boundary and will cause significant shading. The car parking within the RPA of T28, which is a Category A oak, is not acceptable. In West Hill, we often see houses being built too close to trees, which then puts unacceptable future pressure on those trees. I do not believe that sufficient work has been carried out to ensure that the magnificent trees will not be detrimentally impacted by the future development. I really hope that you will reject this application, but if you don't, then I hope that you will support the Parish Council's request for a footpath and also a reduction in the number of houses. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, members, do you have any questions for the officers? No? Right, then we move straight into debate. Any speakers? Yehudi?
May I just ask Mrs. Ormsby, but on page 154 of the application, we're told that the applicants will be required to submit some additional information, etc., about the flooding and the SUDs. What happens if those proposals are inadequate or unacceptable? Who decides what? Is that a negotiation with the applicant or?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find, I've not got the numbers on my bit, but I'm just trying to find the flood risk comments.
It's under the recommendation, DCC flood risk SUDS consultation.
Yeah, so, thanks. So there were two comments, an initial consultation and then a final comment on the 25th of August, which states that their objection is withdrawn. And then they are recommending, saying they've no principal objections, assuming the following pre-commencement conditions are imposed. So they're asking for a detailed drainage strategy to be provided, detailed proposals for construction phase, drainage. So the comments that they've put through are pretty standard, basically. So they're saying that they've got no in-principle objection, which means that they believe that there is a drainage solution to be had, that enough evidence has been given to them to demonstrate that it can be drained suitably. But then as part of the reserve matters, when they know the layout, because you can't design your drainage scheme until you know the actual layout, they would then submit the actual detail of that proposal. But the indication from that response to me is that the Flood Risk Authority are satisfied that the site can be drained suitably.
May I just ask you something else? Am I allowed to be disappointed that the NHS and the education authorities have not chosen to comment on the problems with the surgery in the schools?
You're allowed to be disappointed. I think the Education Authority, I noticed that they had commented on the previous application, but generally they don't, because they know that we operate SIL, and that for every housing scheme that comes forward, there will always be financial contributions, which are, SIL is payable. You can't get out of paying SIL. It can't be negotiated in any way. So that those monies will definitely be coming forward. The NHS do comment on some of the larger schemes, requesting finances, and I know that some of those requests have actually been challenged by some authorities through the courts, and there's a little bit of a grey area as to whether or not the authorities should be seeking the monies that they're requesting. But it is, as we mentioned earlier, it is an unfortunate situation that I think There are not many housing schemes that come forward where people won't comment about the fact that the doctors are oversubscribed and the schools are full. It does tend to be a very common situation.
Thank you. You have a question, Councillor Barlow?
Yeah, just so this is obviously in the new emerging local plan. If we were to pass it today, does that mean that the local plan then is short and would have to find more houses in that area?
If this was approved, it would contribute to the 5-year housing land supply. And until such time as the site was actually developed out, it would remain as a proposal in the local plan if it you know, assuming it moves forward in that way. Because it's not until something is actually built that it is, you know, effectively no longer available for housing. So it would likely still be included in the local plan unless things went ahead very, very quickly in terms of building it out. Yes.
Are there any more questions? Councillor Gazard?
Thank you, Chair. It's a question to Mrs. Ormsby. It's in Councillor Jess Bailey's submission. It's on page 151. There's a note saying that, I note that the historic Google Maps imagery shows that 2 long trenches across the site, and the function of these needs to be identified and explained by the applicant. Has that been done to you?
I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid. The applicant is here and may be able to give you a definitive answer, but I can tell you what I would imagine if there were 2 trenches dug across a site that was coming forward with a planning application. I would either assume it's archaeological trenching, some initial investigations on archaeology, or to do with drainage trial pits, SUDS infiltration testing, are the most likely reasons for that happening on a site that is going to come forward. But I'm afraid I can't answer definitively, so it'd be up to the chair if she would like the developer to comment on that.
Yes, I'll invite you back to comment on that. Use the microphone, please.
It was in relation to drainage investigations of the land and soakaway.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Jenny Brown.
Hi there. So I see they've been doing the drainage for these 2 proposed sites. Is that also going to alleviate the flooding that happens on the original site that Cedar Homes built that have problems with flooding?
My understanding is that the reference, what I'm understanding is that there's concerns about runoff from this site into Eastfield Gardens. If that's the concern, then the agent who spoke earlier was talking about the fact that once you put in a drainage system into the site, introducing, you know, whatever that might be, soakaways, etc., he's saying it's being designed to a below greenfield runoff rate. So that should mean there's less runoff coming off the site once this development is complete than there is at the moment. So it should lead to a betterment. However, the purpose of, I suppose, what is required is for the drainage not to be increased. We can't require betterment. That's sometimes an added advantage, but what needs to be demonstrated is that the greenfield runoff rate will not be increased, and that is how this will have been assessed by Devon County as the lead local flood risk authority.
Yep.
So at present, Perry's Gardens and Eastfield Gardens do have existing flooding problems. So it's nothing to do with the sort of the runoff that's going to be proposed. They have at the moment got these problems. Is this going to alleviate that, or the work they're doing, proposing on the new sites?
The drainage on this site will be managing runoff from that field or from the 2 fields onto neighbouring land. So I don't know the cause of the flooding that you're saying exists on the existing site. So yeah, I'm afraid I don't know the cause of that, but what I can say is that the drainage details I've submitted show that these sites will not increase drainage, increase runoff to neighbouring sites.
Councillor Howe.
With both the parish council and the ward member asking about a footpath going, I presume, north, I'm just wondering if officers explored that at all with the applicant, or what would the implications be?
Running north through Eastfield Gardens itself, the existing development, adding footpaths into there.
No, from our new development going straight up, trying to link up to Canancy Road, then our road.
I don't know whether that has been asked or explored. I would imagine that there's likely third-party land ownership issues would perhaps make that challenging. Assuming so I'm afraid I'm not able to say whether that has been explored or not.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, can I just comment?
No, sorry. Oh, which one is it? Yeah, is it you? It wasn't you, was it?
I was just scratching my head.
No, it's all right. He's new. Councillor Jeff Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask Wendy Ormsby about the split between the two sites, because there seems to be confusion about how many proposed dwellings are going to be on that eastern portion. I also want to say that the parish council have requested a footpath. It's really important. I hope this is turned down, but if it is approved, there's a further site that's proposed to be developed, which is called West Hill 04, and the parish council want this site to have a footpath that links to that site, so that in the future, if that gets developed, which again I've opposed that as well, then there can be better access to Bendarroch Road. But I don't think that that's been considered. I think it does need to be considered, and I do have residual concerns about the flooding. Those trenches, it's never been very clear to me what those trenches were for. I don't believe personally that they were investigation pits. I think it was because there's a real flooding issue going into Perry's Gardens and probably elsewhere. So, yeah, just a few comments to... Do you want to speak?
One question. If I could just come back on that point. So if the conversation is, has it been explored about linking through into this land here, which is subject to planning application, then yes, that has been explored by the case officer, and the developer has stated that they didn't consider that it was reasonable for them to have to provide a link to land which is not allocated and not coming forward for development. That's my understanding of the situation.
Thank you. Councillor Barlow, is it a question?
It is a question. Thank you, Chair. So on those points where the parish council and the district councillor has asked for these things, is it something that we could put in, should we grant permission for this, that we would like the developer to provide an area, should in the future we want to put in access there, that it would be there for us to do it? And also, is it possible for us at this stage to say that we would give a slightly lower permission, or do we have to look at just the 30 houses that's in front of us?
So the first question, yes, if there were good planning reasons as to why a link to the adjoining field was necessary, that could be a planning condition that reserved matters need to demonstrate a link. But if you were going to do that, I would suggest it would also need to go into a 106 agreement to say that it needs to be provided, not as a effectively laid out and no ransom strip provided if you wanted to secure that pedestrian link through. So it is something that is possible if there were good planning reasons to do so. And on the second point, which it's just escaped me.
The number of houses.
The number of houses. We need to determine it as proposed. So their proposal is for up to 30 houses, and that's how we need to determine it. There was a previous question raised about do we know how many are going on each of the plots? No, we don't, because these are literally illustrative plans. We don't know, and there was previous comments about where the affordable housing is indicatively shown. None of this is set in stone. The reserve matters. We could look at this completely afresh, and you could end up with more or less. That it would just be a total of up to 30 dwellings spread over those 2 parcels of land, and the location of the affordable housing is yet to be agreed. And that would all be looked at the reserve matters stage.
Thank you. Members? Well, don't all speak at once. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, this is one of those where you've got one arm tied behind your back straight away anyway. I suppose to kick things off, I'll propose approval as per officer's recommendation. I would, as part of that though, like to explore the ability to secure the footpath through to the adjacent property, because I do think that makes perfect sense for the future and to make the whole site more sustainable along with the adjacent property, if we can. But I'm over to Wendy on that one. And the only other condition I've got, or not condition, the only other question I've got is on condition 1. It's my twitching of nerves. Your first line, application for approval of the reserved matters. I would prefer application for approval of all the reserved matters. I know it's only an added word, but it does always pick at me that we're not explicit in what we're asking for, because the whole point of these is to get them through quickly.
Sorry, you're waiting for me to come back on that. Yeah. So the planning condition 1 is, I mean, what I'm expecting to see when I find it is the standard wording. Application for approval of the reserved matters shall be made to the local before the expiration of 1 year from the date of this permission.
Yeah, all I'm asking for is the word all reserved matters.
Yeah.
The word all needs to be added to it, so there is clear, we are expecting everything to be explicit within the year.
I think that's what it says.
Yeah.
Application for the approval of the reserved matters.
Yeah.
I think it's semantics a bit, isn't it, really? Yeah.
Shall be made.
I agree with semantics a bit, but I like to be explicit because we've all seen appeal decisions and everything else, play on words and all the rest of it. And I just, as I say, being as these are crucial that they're done within the year, I don't want them submitting 3/4 of them and the rest sitting around for a bit longer.
I don't see that it causes any harm
no.
if we put the word all in there. I don't think we need to, but if it makes you sleep at night, as they say, then I don't see any harm.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Could I perhaps ask the agent whether you would consider a footpath, please?
No objection really in principle. It's just the issue of providing a footpath link to a site that does not as yet have planning permission. Just seemed to us to be preempting a decision in a way on an adjoining site that hasn't come before the planning committee yet.
Okay.
But if the committee are minded to and want to impose that condition, in principle we don't have any objection. But it's that issue really about the preemptiveness of what you may or may not do subsequently if that application comes to committee or if it got refused.
Wendy, do you want?
And obviously subject to the detail.
So on that point, I do think that it actually, you know, we are to make best use of land and not to sterilise sites coming forward for development. So a site that may not be, for whatever reason, may not, you know, the current application, if not successful in 5, 10, 15 years' time, might be looked at in a different light. And I can see the merits in having that pedestrian connection would make development of that land much more sustainably connected into West Hill. So in terms of good planning, I do think that there would be merit in having that link if the developer has expressed willingness to do so.
Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say, look, we're planning for the future. We don't know what's coming, but if we haven't got it there, we can't use it. So therefore, it makes perfect sense to me. And as I said, I'm very happy to second that and just putting it down as sustainability for the future.
Thank you. So that's a proposal.
No, that's a second.
Oh. Right. Anyone else? You said it's a second. You proposed. It was a definite proposal. It's all right. Getting hungry. Right. It's been proposed. It's been seconded.
So, Chair, we've got a proposal by Councillor Howe, seconded by Councillor Barlow, to approve the application as per the officer recommendation. So that'll be firstly to adopt the appropriate assessment. Yep.
Yeah.
And then to approve with conditions subject to the completion of Section 106 agreement with an additional condition regarding the provision of a footpath to the adjacent land, and secondly the amendment to condition 1 to include the word all, so it will read application for approval of all of the reserved matters shall be made, and so on.
Yeah.
All those in favour? Oh, sorry, apologies. Before we take that vote, can we slightly rewind? Do you have something else to add?
Just a suggestion, and you may wish to comment on this, as to the need for a clause in the 106 so that there's no ransom strip, where to ensure that that public footpath is available for use. So that it can connect through, so that it's not, so that it's provided without ransom strip. I don't know whether that can go into condition or whether it can go.
Well, I think the guidance is generally if it can be put into a condition, it should be put into a condition rather than a separate Section 106 agreement. Do you not think that's something that could go into a condition?
I think the provision of the footpath definitely a condition. It was just that one aspect. I suppose if it goes right up to the site boundary, and we're convinced it's right up to the site boundary, it's just in terms of making it available for use.
Yeah.
There's one thing laying it out. There's one thing saying that public have the right to pass over it.
Yep.
And
yeah. So
yeah, that could go into a planning condition also. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
because at the moment we've got the proposals to completion of Section 106 agreement anyway, so you're suggesting that we have the additional condition, the provision of a footpath for the adjacent land, and then the additional provisions within the Section 106 agreement to ensure that the footpath be available for public use. So those two aspects
You
to it.
happy with that, Mike?
Okay. Yeah. Right, members, apologies, slightly premature there, asking for the vote. Could we now have a vote with that additional amendment, please? All in favour?
I think that's unanimous in support.
There was one abstention.
Oh,
I
is it?
think.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry. Apologies. So that's 10.
10 for, none against, and
No.
1 abstention.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's carried.
Right. Agenda item 11, planning application 222669, Major Full, Warren View Sports Ground, Holston Avenue, Exmouth, pages 187 to 200. Mrs. Ormsby, please.
Okay, so this is an application for engineering operations for playing pitch improvement works, including raising and levelling the surface of the football pitch at Warren View Sports Ground at Halsden Avenue. And here you see the application site outlined in red with the outline of the existing pitch which lies on the site. This is a Google image, and this is the application site area in here. And this is existing other facilities that lie to the south. And as you can see, the site is surrounded by housing. So it's currently a well-used football pitch. However, it's got a slight slope to it, which means it's not ideal for use, and also it's got very poor drainage. You can get quite boggy, which means it's not available for use all year round. The proposal is to raise the ground level up by 1 metre in an east-west direction and by 0.8 metres in a north-south direction to create the level surface, and also to use it as an opportunity to add drainage. And that will basically provide a much more usable football pitch to the benefit of the local community. You can see the photographs here that is actually, a lot of the housing is raised up. There's kind of sort of bunds that are all run all the way around the pitch. It'll have no significant impact on the amenity of any properties. It'll have no demonstrable impact on visually in terms of how it appears generally within the environment. No technical objections raised to the proposal, has the support of Sports England, and overall will deliver community benefits, and as such is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward Member Councillor Tim Dumper, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I'd like, first of all, if I may, for the benefit of our lawyer over there, to add to something I said about my interest in this. I noted that being lobbied was being taken into account. And what I'd like to say is I've not been lobbied directly on this application, but I have been extensively lobbied on the neighbouring application in the pipeline, which is the boxing club application, which is somewhere in the planning mixer, if you like. And I note that the residents, in fact, what I've heard from them is that they are generally in favour of this particular application with the football pitch. And I would like to say that I am too, and I think most people in Exmouth would take that view. However, I have 1 or 2 concerns. I'm glad that the drainage concerns were, I think, well addressed. The contaminated land officer, which hadn't been consulted when we saw this through Town Council, has now been consulted and has given their technical approval for it. One thing I'd like to make plain on the construction and environment management plan is that there are 2 accesses for lorries into this area. One is via Marine Way, Southern Road, Carter Avenue, which is very, very difficult and should not be recommended in any way. The other is quite difficult, and that's off Exeter Road, A376, via Bellevue Road. Less difficult and should be used for any lorry traffic going in. The other main thing that I really would ask the committee to perhaps put in an additional condition is that no one has actually seemed to have addressed the ecological conditions on this site. There are badgers and foxes, and it is also, of course, quite close to the protected estuary of the River Exe, where we have lots and lots of quite rare wading birds who use that site, whether to roost or whether to seek food or whatever. But I think there needs to be some sort of investigation and maybe a condition put in. Thank you. That's all I really need to say.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Wilson, you have as long as you like, but please don't use it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So when I got elected in May, I went down to see the football club, and I went to see Warren View and the work done by Nick James and the groundskeeper there. The pictures don't show it so much, but I mean it's a very visible difference in the layout of the land. They do tremendous work in maintaining the grass because there's lots of age groups of children that play on the pitch. But for me, it's pretty straightforward that it's quite a sizable change in the height of the pitch from one end to the other, and it makes sense to us to create a level playing field for children. I mean, it could be a nasty metaphor if the council don't create a level playing field for children. So I'm very much in favour of this.
Thank you very much. Members, your question, Councillor Barlow.
No question, Chair, but when you're ready, I'm happy to make a suggestion or a proposal.
Well, no, we'll have a bit of a discussion. See if does anyone want to speak on this? Councillor Bailey and Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to add a comment made by Councillor Dumper. I think he's very sensible in saying about the access to the site. Now, the access to the site should come from Exeter Road via Bellevue, and you're very familiar because you live near the area. And it should come out of the site at the football club. Because if they come out of Bellevue, there's a very sharp turning, they can't see right to see what traffic's going. And we're looking at 8-wheeler trucks, which are weighing 10, 15 tons empty, so they need a little bit of time. So I think in Bellevue and out by the football club would be the answer, as a condition of the building, of the work if it's done.
Can we make that, is it in the, is the CMP?
I've not noticed it, but I may have missed it.
No, I...
Not specifically, no, but you can make that as part of the condition.
Can we put that in construction and environment management plan?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Right, Councillor Jenny Brown.
Sorry, does also road cleaning come into it as well because of the mud on the road?
Well, that'll all come into the plan.
What I'd propose is that we add the because we've got the construction and environmental management plan that looks at dust, water, etc. But we can add the additional one, which is construction management plan, which looks at routing of delivery vehicles, you know, parking, wheel washing facilities, etc. So we can add that standard condition in.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazard, do you have something to comment on?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I really welcome this proposal, but I would also like to see an ecological survey undertaken because this ground has got a wealth of wildlife. Wildlife in it, and I think we need to do a study to see what's actually there. There are foxes, there's badgers, bats, and loads of other mammals that are there as well. So I think it would be helpful to do that as well at the same time.
If we felt there was a need for ecological surveys, they should be done before we determine a planning application, not afterwards. So if members felt that one was needed, this would need to be deferred for that to take place. The officer view is that because it is effectively mown grass that is run over regularly by people playing sports, it's the sports pitch itself is likely to have a low ecological value. The surrounding hedgerows and trees, obviously, you know, are likely to be rich in biodiversity, but they will not be impacted on by the development. It is, you know, the grassland that is going to be, you know, effectively, you know, built up with additional soil and sort of probably bulldozed around a bit to get that level sports pitch. The officer view is that they don't feel that it meets the category of that the site has enough ecological value in itself, the actual sports field, to justify the need for an ecology survey. I can just double check if one was
While you're checking,
done.
can I ask the ward members if they're aware of any bats or native species that roam around Warren View, apart from the football team?
I know there is in you can see a bit on this end here, but so off the pitches there's a lot of wildlife. There's a badger set, and they have lots of bats, birds, everything. It's amazing how much is in there. But as Mrs. Ormsby said, I mean, that is quite separate from the football pitch.
Yeah.
I would say it's quite far back.
And it has been a football pitch for so long.
Yeah, the current football pitch
Councillor Dumper.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will come back on that. Yes, I can, perhaps a barbed comment, but I would say, yes, from a desk-bound point of view, yes, it would be very easy to say that the field itself doesn't have an impact. In actual fact, of course, not just the badgers and the foxes, but the bird life, which is down there, is probably considered the really valuable wildlife. They use the fields and that area all the time, and it's well, particularly in winter when they're overwintering and that kind of thing. So I would very, very much recommend that we do a proper ecological survey of it. I'm sorry to say, maybe that would delay it, but it's important. And I think it's important for another reason, and that is because when and if the boxing club application comes forward, and I know that doesn't necessarily impact on the field themselves, there will be quite strong representation in terms of ecological issues. So I think it would be a good idea.
Do either Mrs. Ormsby or Damien want to speak?
I can comment. Obviously, Councillor Dumper's put forward that if one of the members want to take that on board and they want to defer the application, it's perfectly within their rights to put that forward as a proposal. But what we've heard from Mrs. Ormsby is that we don't think that's necessary because the football pitch itself, she doesn't think there's ever any ecological need to look into that. It's the surrounding areas and that's not impacted. So obviously, members, that's up to you whether you want to take that on board.
And it's had the designation of playing field since 1935. Proposer and seconder, would you like to comment? Would you be prepared to have that as a...
We haven't got a proposal yet.
Oh, haven't we?
I think we may well have one very, very shortly, I suspect. No. Really? Yeah.
Right, Councillor Bartlett.
Chair, there's one final comment, I think, before the proposal.
Only that, I guess, to sum up what we've just been talking about, because this has been in use in that current state, and there's going to be no development on it, there's going to be no impact on what's already taking place. All I would say is, from a practical point of view, I know that lots of football pitches decide to put some fencing round the outside of their main playing pitch, which would help, I suppose, contain certain things and also preserve the quality of the pitch as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Chair. In addition to what was said about the environmental, so I agree with Mrs. Ormsby. No offence to Councillor Dumper. However, there's a lot of, as mentioned by Councillor Gallagher, a lot of birds breeding. So if the work was to take place, it would need to take place in the early summer up until the autumn to give the chance of the birds to breed successfully in the springtime.
Councillor Varlow.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a proposal, Chair, that we agree this as per officer recommendations with the thing with the CMP, which I think you called it, was the CMP, about the access and obviously wheel washing. And much as I agree with protecting the birds nesting, I can't imagine they'll be nesting in the middle of the pitch.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's being seconded by Councillor Howe. Yeah, okay, Damien.
Thank you, Chair. Then can we go to the vote then, please? All those in favour? Nope. It's 10 again, I think.
Yeah.
And any against? Any abstentions? Just the one. That's carried.
I know it's probably not the time to mention, are we having a lunch break today?
We are having a lunch break, but we do have we're running to programme. The next, we'll extend the lunch break. I think we can do it till 2:15.
Up to you, Chair.
Yeah.
Shall we
So
see how long everything takes
We'll
now,
get
Chair?
these will just fly through, I'm sure. Councillor Young.
Can I just propose that the 3 car parks are put back to the last 3 items in this afternoon rather than bring them in? Because there are people getting rather anxious that they're going to be,
We'll have to see.
they're coming to a 2 o'clock
Do we have
meeting.
any speakers for the car parks?
No.
No, we don't. So yeah, we could do that, and we could adjourn for lunch now. No, you can't do that. I don't think.
Can we propose it before we debate them?
You don't have to talk in debate for a long time, do you? But let's go through the correct procedure.
No, I think the less we have to say, the shorter the meeting will be. Councillor Barlow.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. Very nice.
So we're going to defer those till after lunch.
We'll adjourn now for lunch and come back 2:15. Is that going to be long enough?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask someone to help me with the lunch?
Right, members, I don't think we've got any additional members to declare interest, have we? No. I think we're all here, there's no need to do a roll call, Wendy.
I think so, we're all here, aren't we?
Yeah, okay. So we crack on then, and apologies to members of the public for the late start. We had quite a heavy morning, and we've had to put 4 of those applications back to the end of the meeting today, so apologies for keeping you waiting. Right, agenda item 15. 222838, major outline, land to South Broadway, Woodbury, pages 242 to 283. Mrs. Ormsby, present the report, please.
So this is an outline application for the construction of up to 70 residential units, including open space, affordable housing and off-site highway works, with all matters reserved except for access. And the proposal includes a provision of 35% affordable housing. The site is land to the south of Broadway. So Broadway is the road running along here. This is the application site in here. And the site lies outside the built-up area boundary and has, which as we've mentioned previously, that Strategy 7 would therefore be relevant development in the countryside. However, having regard to the 5-year housing land supply situation, of which we've discussed quite a lot this morning, the settlement boundaries have very little weight. We therefore need to consider this proposal on the basis of the tilted balance in favour of sustainable development and whether or not any adverse impacts arising from the development would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of delivering housing on the site. This is a Google aerial image showing the site here. You can see the site in here. You can see the existing tree hedgerow boundary along this southwestern boundary. And you can also see how it relates to the settlement of Woodbury as a whole. One of the issues that's been considered is the landscape impact of the development. There is some screening on this boundary here, which will help to soften the development from views from the wider landscape. And it's also considered that it will be viewed very much in the context of the overall settlement and built-up area that is already on the other side of Broadway itself. So landscape impacts are considered to be acceptable. This is an illustrative layout. This is an outline application, so this is purely illustrative, showing how you could accommodate the proposed dwellings within the site. What this does demonstrate is how aspects of open space and habitat protection could be accommodated in the site. There are back corridors running along the hedgerows, and they have been mitigated by making sure that there are buffers between the housing developments along the road boundary and also along this southeastern boundary here, with further hedgerows planted behind to create a greater buffer for bats and for ecology on the edges of the site. The layout itself, whilst it does show you can accommodate the houses within there, there are certain elements of this scheme that officers have highlighted in the report they've got a few concerns about, and we would be expecting to see a different scheme coming through actually at reserve matters stage. But what this does show is that you can actually accommodate the dwellings within the site. So the highway proposals associated with this, because access is to be agreed. So you can see this is the single point of vehicular access out onto Broadway at this point here. The proposals include a Ghost Island priority junction, which will work in tandem with the existing right turn lane serving Fulford Way. So you'll have a right turn lane into the site. There will be a 2 metre footway created across the site frontage, linking up to the footway at Meadowview Close down here. And the consequence of putting in this footway is that some of the existing hedgerow may be lost, and if it can't be retained, there will be proposals to replant the hedgerow along here. There's proposals for an uncontrolled pedestrian crossing point on Broadway, incorporating a central refuge island to access the footway on the north side of Broadway. That will go in here. And there's also a 3 metre shared pedestrian and cycle route from Broadway into the site and then northwest. So you can see it sort of runs around through the site here, a proposed cycleway, and then out onto here. This is just showing some cross sections through the site, and through the Broadway itself at present. And this is just showing a little bit more clearly the landscaping and biodiversity proposals. So that's showing the 5 to 10 metre buffer to the existing hedgerows around the site. The blue areas show riparian habitat areas, which are in close proximity to the stream, so making the most of that feature from a biodiversity point of view. Wildflower meadows are proposed in these areas here, and suds ponds also accommodated to deal and manage with surface water drainage. And as I mentioned, the hedgerow along Broadway at this point is to be retained or replaced, depending on what can be retained once they actually put that footway in. But broadly, as I say, whilst this layout is not fixed, it just shows how biodiversity and open space can be accommodated within the site, and limiting the actual built development to a more concentrated element within the more central area of the site. So some photographs of the development. So this is looking west towards the site boundary. So that's the hedgerow with the site on the other side. This is the hedgerow. Again, this is where the footway will be running down the road. This is looking east along Broadway with the site this side here. And these are boundaries. So this is one of the neighbouring properties to the site, and trees that are to be retained. This shows some of the rolling topography of the site with trees and hedges, which on this boundary will all be retained and enhanced. And this is some further views of the application site across the field, looking across to the east boundary over here. Again, looking right across the site towards the road. And looking back at some of the houses in the local area. And then further views across the site. So effectively, the proposal, as I say, it's outlined with a single point of vehicular access, though it will lead to loss of about 30 metres of hedgerow and one mature tree to accommodate the visibility displays for the access. And there's no objection from County Highways in terms of any highway issues arising from that. There's no technical objections in terms of ecology, biodiversity, flood risk, etc. Within the wider setting, there will be some landscape and visual impacts. There generally always is when you're developing on a greenfield site. However, they've been assessed by the council's landscape officer, and because of the topography and existing vegetation and the fact that the site, once developed, will be read to be part of the settlement itself, there's no objections raised from the council's landscape officer. In terms of affordable housing, the policy requirement for affordable housing on this site is 50%. The developer has proposed 35%. The initial offer was for 25%. They have increased that to 35%. They have not chosen to go through the viability assessment route, but officers have considered this, and the view is that 35% is a reasonable offer for a site in this location, and would not in itself, I don't think the failure to offer the full 50% would in itself justify withholding planning permission. So subject to the various planning conditions set out in the report, the Section 106 obligations in terms of requiring the 35% affordable housing and other obligations as set out in the officer report. The officer view is that the only real adverse impact arising from this development will be landscape change, the impacts of which are considered to be relatively minor overall once having regard to topography and existing screening, and that overall the provision of housing and 35% affordable housing weighs strongly in favour of the development, and it is recommended for approval as per the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call the objectors now. Henry Freeman, please. Welcome to the meeting. Mr. Freeman, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you switch your microphone on, please?
The other one, if you press the other.
Okay.
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay. I've lived in Woodbury for 42 years. I've chaired the Twinning Association and been vice chair to the village hall. 3 generations of my family currently live there. My wife has served as school governor to the primary school, and our children and grandchildren have been pupils there. There's been a steady increase in housing in the village over these years, and this has largely been welcomed, although the number of shops has decreased from 6 food stores to just 1 in that time. I live in Couches Lane, and in order to access almost any part of the village, I have to cross the B3179 Broadway. I risk crossing this road daily, and taking children to and from school across it is dangerous. Apart from everyday traffic, events at Bicton Arena increase the volume noticeably. A lot of the traffic comes from the Exmouth area and is often guided through Woodbury by Exmouth social media in an attempt to avoid the bottleneck north of Ebford, and the proposed relief road from Dinnan Way would just compound that problem. Our village school currently has 16 places available across the whole school from reception to year 6. This proposed development of 70 houses will surely push the school beyond capacity, and other proposed developments in Woodbury could triple this number of houses. Inevitably, noise and atmospheric pollution will increase. The surgery would need to accommodate a large influx of residents, is currently only 50 to 60 short of capacity, and I doubt that there is space for expansion. There is little employment opportunity within Woodbury. The current bus service is totally inadequate and has been so for many years, making car ownership almost mandatory. Just last year, Woodbury sewage works overflowed 65 times for a total of 1,077 hours, and Ham Lane combined sewer storm overflow spilled 49 times for 107 hours, discharging into Gill Brook. That effluent polluted Gill Brook, the River Exe, and our beaches. My children played in that brook, now my grandchildren must avoid it. Much of our local economy relies on tourism, and this proposed development will, I am sure, have a detrimental effect. Who would want to spend their holiday walking the footpath through a housing estate where there used to be an agriculturally productive field? In conclusion, I would refer you to the open letter to MPs from our own East Devon District Council, dated the 9th of October 2023, with particular reference to Michael Gove's announcement about changes to the national planning policy. The level of change to this village made by this proposal is not only placing the infrastructure under intolerable strain, it will change the character and sense of community within the village. I feel that it will no longer be a Devon village, and I therefore ask this committee to reject the proposal. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Julia White. Welcome to the meeting. You have 3 minutes.
My focus for objection is pedestrian safety. The plan's documentation states that pedestrian access to and from the site to the village amenities will be safe. This is not the lived experience of residents. The traffic survey took place last October when there were no equestrian events at Bicton. The site visit to assess safety and access was made on a weekday in November between 2 and 2:45 p.m. We know that this is the quietest time of the day and year. No rush hour traffic, no children being taken to and from school, and no holiday traffic. This does not accurately reflect our daily experience, and we vehemently dispute Highway's conclusion. People currently living on the south side of Broadway must cross the road by foot or drive to the village to access all major amenities. In heavy traffic, pedestrians can wait up to 5 minutes to cross due to traffic volume and the still unresolved matter of speeding traffic. The village shop is the one amenity on the same side as the proposed development, but there is no footpath leading to it on that side and is only accessible by crossing Broadway and recrossing at the zebra crossing. This too is no guarantee of safety, as cars often either fail to stop in time or go across it when pedestrians are crossing. These are frequent occurrences. Unreported they may be, but they happen. Mention is made by the developers of the potential provision of an uncontrolled island crossing point. Is this a guaranteed provision? Walkers and cyclists will still have to wait, as they already do, for gaps in the traffic to cross to the island. Will it be big enough for pushchairs, cyclists and those with mobility issues? Will residents just give up and drive instead? The planners concede that the pavement on Broadway is narrow. It is in fact 80 centimetres at its narrowest point, and 1 metre 20 is the recommended minimum width for a wheelchair. Primary users, adults with toddlers, are challenged. 2 people cannot pass each other without stepping into the road. The highway at this point is also very narrow. HGVs, large horse boxes, pass at speed with their wing mirrors overhanging the pavement, and pedestrians have been hit, and many of us avoid this route. One document even suggests the option of taking a longer and safer route to the village through Fulford Way. Surely this is an admission of a safety issue. We will soon be confronted by yet more traffic when the Dinan Way development in Exmouth is finished. We foresee an even more serious situation regarding traffic volume and pedestrian safety should you support this development. Before you make a final decision, we, the residents, invite you to please come for a site visit at a time when you can see and appreciate the reality of the problem for yourself and not rely on a paper exercise done by people who do not live here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Now, Woodbury Parish Council, John Pine. You have 3 minutes, Mr. Pine.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Parish Council to further elaborate on our decision not to support this application. The application statement on community consultations mentions the existing residents' concerns, but the application does little to address the very inadequate footpaths and traffic issues. This application is on the southern side of the village, separated from the main village by the B3179. This road carries a lot of traffic to and from Exeter, the Common, coastal towns, and increasingly from developments at Exmouth. The applicant's own consultant's report highlights that in excess of 1,350 vehicles per day exceed 35 miles per hour. This situation is further evidenced by separate expert studies on the next section of the same road passing through the village, which the officers have had available to them. The consultation also raises the issues of inadequate and unsafe walking and cycle routes from this development, particularly for people with restricted mobility, parents with prams and cyclists who need to access the village surgery, school, shops, businesses and public transport. Both our elected councillors did not support this application, one stating that there is no benefit to the community from this application and that this site is nowhere near an employment.
Carry on.
Can I start
He
again?
can leave, he just can't come back and join in the discussion and the vote, so if you carry on, he won't be able to take part.
I'll start that paragraph again. Both our elected councillors did not support this application, one stating that there is no benefit to the community from this application and that the site is nowhere near an employment site, so is inappropriate in terms of sustained employment and social value, failing the NPPF's golden thread. I am aware each application is considered in isolation and that the developments must stand on their own merit. Two current applications have considered the effect that their developments have on the road and have addressed how they could help residents on the road in a safe manner. It would be ideal to consider the way that these developments could and should have on the safe use of the B3179. I would ask that the members consider a deferral for this application. This will begin to satisfy our residents' concern where the tilt of support for development is towards the developers to the exclusion of existing residents due to the absence of a 5-year land supply. Should East Devon District Council be minded to support this application, we would then ask that the following points are included as minimum conditions for the developer. Road safety improvements, 20-mile-per-hour scheme highlighted for the village of Woodbury. A narrowing of sections of Broadway to modify drivers' behaviour, incorporating designated on-road parking for new cottages and Parkview cottages on Broadway. For pedestrian safety, a controlled pedestrian crossing, not just an island. For sustainability, to secure grant funding for improved bus services with designated bus stops. All these points have arisen from consultations with residents. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Lynn John, the agent, please.
Thank you, Chair, Committee. This scheme represents an important opportunity to provide much needed housing in a sustainable location. The proposals have been the subject of an extremely lengthy evolution and propose a scheme which closely aligns with the Council's own objectives for East Devon. This is not an opportunistic application. It has been brought forward in express response to Ed Freeman's own advice to members last year regarding your housing supply shortfall and the need to support windfall sites which are sustainable and where no material harm would arise. Members will note that the degree of housing shortfall in the district has got even worse since our discussions on the proposals began. This is a very well cited and designed scheme which already benefits from a draft allocation in your emerging development plan. It is therefore a scheme in the right location. It will provide a sizable amount of much needed affordable housing, large areas of open and play space and a clear biodiversity net gain of 30%, well in excess of the Council's 20% aspiration, and provided in the form of new habitat, new tree planting, wildflower areas, an orchard and dark corridors for bats. It will be recalled that the proposals for the site were presented to members in February last year and then again to your members' advisory panel last October. Your response was supportive and the observations then made, notably that 25% affordable housing and a formal pedestrian crossing be provided and that design respond carefully to the nearby conservation area, were and have been addressed as part of the proposals. Importantly, and in recognition of local needs, our clients have recently agreed to increase the amount of affordable housing so that 35% is now proposed, and the scheme will now provide 25 new affordable homes for local people. As your officers note, the site represents a logical extension to the village and one which addresses all the relative constraints. Unlike other proposals which are being contemplated for the village, These proposals are not in a sensitive location with the potential to directly affect the conservation area and the floodplain. There are no policy reasons to reject this application. The Council cannot demonstrate an adequate housing land supply, and as a result, and as your officers will confirm, the Council's current policies on the location of new housing are out of date. In such circumstances, the Government's approach is explicit. Planning permission is to be granted unless there are very clear reasons to the contrary. By proposing 70 houses, the scheme would make a meaningful contribution towards the Council making up its increasing shortfall and will help it to head off other, more problematic and speculative applications. There are no technical reasons to reject this application. All stakeholders are content with the proposals. Specifically, all highways issues have been considered in detail and are agreed as being acceptable by the Highways Authority. The crossing would be provided, as would significant stretches of new footways, which will provide much better connectivity into the village centre. This is a great scheme. It is really well designed, with really strong landscaping and biodiversity credentials. The estate has a very strong track record of delivery on its promises and of driving high-quality design. It will provide a properly balanced mix of 1, 2, 3 and 4 bedroom houses in a sustainable location. And I therefore ask that you support the proposals and agree with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Ward member, Councillor Jeff Young, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. I have objected to this application as it does not comply to our local plan, but due to the national planning policy set by successive governments over the last 30 years, our local plan is deemed out of date because we cannot demonstrate a 5-year land supply to build those 910 dwellings per year. When I wrote my objection, I was hoping that Michael Gove was lifting the housing number quota and make some sense of the government's broken housing policy. However, we are still waiting that clarity. So we as a planning authority have to comply to what we all acknowledge as a failed policy. Turning to our local plan, we know our local plan required a major percentage of housing to be built at the new town of Cranbrook and the West End. But in recent years, the rest of East Devon has outperformed, and the figures against target for the rest of East Devon can demonstrate over a 6-year land supply. But where we want the housing, it has underperformed to less than a 3-year supply. We therefore have an identified area of infrastructure investment, but we are delivering houses in the wrong location. However, I'm told we cannot split the district and say this section has a 5-year land supply, but this section doesn't. So because the West End has underperformed, communities in the overperforming areas like Woodbury, Ottery, Lympston have to accept even more. I don't think that's right. We are required to follow the government guidance, and we don't we are required to follow the government's guidance, and if we don't, then we have to contend with an inspector deciding on our behalf. It's also unfortunate that Woodbury has 4 substantial applications on the system right now, plus another due any day, which will total over 300 new dwellings. This is clearly wrong, but we are required to look at this planning application for 70 houses in isolation. No consideration to the cumulative effect of other developments which negatively affect the roads, sewage, flooding, healthcare, education around the surrounding area. So we are where we are. Look at this application in isolation without a local plan, all local policies and a broken housing policy. It's been recommended for approval, but reviewing the residents' objections, they perceive highway issues with the wider road network, close by narrow pavement problems, no proposals in reduction in access speeds, and inadequate pedestrian crossing as reasons to refuse. But unfortunately, the Consultation on Highways don't object. They're also concerned for education and health service shortfalls, but I would hope these authorities will eventually submit a request for appropriate contributions to help provide the facilities at the full planning application stage. But remember, we already have a SIL shortfall of over 200 million. They also object that it's development on a green field, therefore loss of biodiversity, it's overdevelopment and will cause flooding. But the experts, consultees don't agree. If this application is approved, I will do everything to ensure that the residents' concerns are mitigated through the full planning application process, providing the facilities, the measures and the community benefits that will ensure that it is a safe and beneficial addition to the village. I will also hope that this application is taken into consideration when the new local plan allocations are considered and any housing quota is reduced proportionally from Woodbury local plan contribution in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. You have a statement, Wendy, from Councillor Ingham, the other ward member.
Yes, I do. So Councillor Ingham recommends refusal of this planning application by your committee for the following...
Sorry, they're struggling to hear you, I think.
Oh, really? Shall I hold it up like that? I'll try and read and hold it.
Do you want me to assist in any way? There we go. Finally found a use for me.
Right, I'll start again. Councillor Ingham recommends refusal of this planning application by your committee for the following 6 reasons. Number 1, there is not a proven need for these houses within this village to service their needs for affordable housing. 70 dwellings is excessive and cannot be justified without further infrastructure, which will be unaffordable. Number 3, this is outside the built-up area boundary without a good reason to justify its requirement from the community's perspective. Number 4, there has been no offer from the applicant towards the community to offset the negative effects of the development. Funding creation of a 20 miles per hour zone with all the pedestrian safeguards would have been a start. Failure to consider this by the applicant means failure to recognise the needs of the community. When other applicants go out of their way to make such considerations within this parish with live applications, this application becomes significantly unattractive, and I ask you to make full consideration of this situation. Number 5, Woodbury currently acts as a dormitory village for people working in Exeter. Creating more commuting opportunities will not help EDDTC's need to build houses in the right places, i.e. near to job opportunities by our economic activity areas. This is the wrong location with no provision of jobs. And finally, number 6, Woodbury will expand with approval of the correct sites. This is not one of them. Other sites currently under consideration are far more appropriate. Please refuse this application.
Thank you. I would say in regard to the suggested 20 mile an hour speed limit, as mentioned by Mr. Pine, you can request your county councillors to ask for consideration to be given to that, and they could take it to the Highways and Traffic Orders Committee. Just a bit of information. Right, members, do you have any questions? Oh, Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for Wendy, please. Why, on condition 1, should we agree to this? On condition 1, that you're only asking for expiration 2 years from the date of this permission for all reserved matters, and not 1 year, because we are, I presume, trying to get this in because we want the 5-year housing supply.
It normally is 2. And I think the other one was for some reason unusually 1, for which I have to say, having not been the person that drafted this condition, the previous condition, I'm not.
I presume the reason we're trying to push this forward is to fill the 5-year housing land supply. This is the reason we're allowing this. So I presume we're trying to get it in the system as soon as we can.
So the standard time condition for full planning applications is commencement within 3 years. Whereas an outline planning permission, they seek to achieve that by sort of splitting it up. So in this instance, it's 2 years to get your reserved matters in, and then you've got 1 year following the date of the last reserved matter to start on site. I think the idea being, I mean, that does mean it can go on, because if it takes a long time to agree the reserved matters for whatever reason, then yeah, that can take it over that timescale. But the 2 years and then the further 1 year are standard timescales. We would have to, in terms of, we would have to come up with a policy reason, or be looking at this site and explaining why this site is so different that to justify changing from our usual situation.
Why did we do it on the last one?
I'm going to be honest and say that I don't know whether that was intentional or not. Unfortunately, the officer isn't available for me to ask them if there was whether that had been specifically negotiated and proposed, or whether it was just the way the condition had been drafted inadvertently.
I have a recollection in the back of my mind. It might have been to do with a mobile home. It's there. It sort of sparked the thought. It might have been to do with that in another part, not Woodbury. Thank you. Councillor Howe.
To be honest, it's to follow on the question just asked. We've actually approved a lot recently, all with 1 year, because of the 5-year housing land supply. So this isn't unusual, or this is unusual in giving it 2 years, but it's a larger site, so I can expect it to take 2 years. But the standard at present for sites that are not part of our local plan is 1 year, right. And it shouldn't be viewed any other way at this minute in time, because we want them to come forward. Otherwise, we'll never have a 5-year housing land supply.
Yeah. Councillor Levine, you have a question?
Yes, please, Chair. I don't know about other councillors, but it's getting to be a bit repetitive. The problems with the traffic, the problem with the school, the problems with the third application that we've had. One thing that worries me is... thank you. One thing that... I thought that was loud enough. One thing that I don't understand is why can't you put a controlled pedestrian crossing across that to help people? But the thing that worries me also is on page 267, and it comes through the whole application, the problem of density. How can you put so many houses on this plot, and at what stage are we going to be able to refuse to accept the layout?
I'm really sorry. We were discussing the issue on 1 or 2 years for the conditions. I'm very sorry.
You can give me an answer in 2 years' time. It's about the density, and I think you say that the layout would not be supported at reserved matter stage, parking in particular. So what can we do about it? And are we going to be able to refuse it at the reserved matter stage?
Well, the reason it was raised specifically in the report is to make the developer aware of the fact that we would not be satisfied with this layout. So when they, what we would be expecting is that they would do a pre-app with us for the reserved matters, where we can have some discussions and negotiations on the layout. And that then when the reserved matters comes in, it will be with an improved layout. That was what we'd be expecting.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, members? Sam? Simon?
I'll take whatever name. That's not the worst I've had, so it's all good.
I keep thinking you're a singer.
You don't want to hear me sing. It's all good. A couple of things. So this comes up quite regularly, so I thought I'd ask it now. So we've compromised because we've got the tilted balance. So the premise of building is the big thing that comes forward. We're also compromising on the affordable housing situation. I wondered if there was an opportunity in this example, and I know we've used it in previous schemes, including one in my town in Axminster, for the developers to have a financial contribution towards the difference, the 15% difference that's expected of them, the 50% they would expect to hit, and the 35% that they have said they'd be willing to hit on this site. I know it's not uncommon for East Devon to put this into play as a condition, if we were to go ahead and grant this, to make up the shortfall on what would normally be expected of a development outside of the boundary.
So am I understanding that you're suggesting that there's an off-site financial contribution for the remaining 15%? Yes. That would effectively be, a 50% contribution. So I think because it would likely equate to the same financial implications for the developer. The developer has made it clear that 35% is the maximum that they feel they can deliver on this site. And I think that's how this application needs to be addressed and assessed. Officers have had the conversation. I think when this application was put to members' briefing, then it was actually proposed at 25%. And I think that the developers had, were given the view that 25% would be an acceptable level on that. We've looked at it subsequently and recognised that that is, well below the policy requirement for this, and they've increased their offer to 35%. And in this instance, I think officers feel that 35%, often if you go through the viability route, in many cases, sometimes it can show, when you go through viability assessments, where you don't really know what the outcomes are going to be, but they could end up being lower quantities. And if it's been demonstrated through a viability, we feel, and the affordable housing officer has considered, that 35% on this site is a reasonable offer. And having regard to the tilted balance and the need for housing generally, we don't feel it's appropriate to refuse it on the grounds that it's not providing the full 50%.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Barlow.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions of Wendy. So on the point that Councillor Smith has just raised, are we saying that this is guaranteed 35%, that they're not doing the affordability testing after this point? And if it was to go in the local plan, because it's recommended for the local plan, what would the affordable housing fall to then? Does it go down to 25, or would it still be at 50 because it's in the countryside?
So the draft local plan proposes affordable housing to be 35%. But obviously that's at a very early stage. But I think it's recognising that 50% is rarely achieved, and that 35% is a more reasonable and realistic level. So that's what's proposed in the local plan at the moment. So to answer your question, if this goes into a 106 as 35%, then that's what will be delivered on site. They would have to vary the 106, and you can only, there's a time limit where you're not actually allowed to do that. So we would be very much expecting the delivery of 35% on the site, and that would align with the local plan should that policy move forward and get formally adopted.
Thank you. Any more questions? Mike Howe.
Thank you, Chair. And coming back to a subject that I haven't discussed for a few months, sewage. Has been mentioned by one of the objectors, and it's obviously in the other representations. I know our Strategic Planning Committee is due to see the water cycle report this, well, before the year end, is this application being predetermined? Should we wait to see whether South West Water can cope with the sewage? Because it sounds as if it can't, etc. Have we discussed this with South West Water, this site? And all the other questions where we are pumping raw sewage frequently into an open brook and everything else that shouldn't be happening, sort of thing. Sorry about that.
So South West Water will have been consulted because it's a major development. They will have been consulted. There are no comments from them that I can see in the consultation responses. However, South West Water have a statutory duty to provide, sewage and water to properties, which is why, invariably they don't raise objections to planning applications. I don't consider that there are any grounds to refuse this on grounds of issues relating to foul sewage disposal. There have no objections been raised by any technical or statutory body on those grounds.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Bailey, you can ask a question, but you won't be able to vote because you left. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Two really well, if I may. First of all, if in the fullness of time we grant this development and the developer says that it's not viable, then he would want, or they would want to cut down their affordability on the houses, wouldn't they, from 35% to whatever. So what's to stop them doing that?
They would have to seek to vary the Section 106 agreement, and you can't do that within the first 5 years, I believe. I think it's 5 years. So it would be 5 years before they would be able to come back, by which time their planning permission would have expired in any event.
Right, well, thank you. And the second thing is, regarding what Councillor Mike Howe said, which I'm in agreement with what he said, is that South West Water are obliged, I believe by legislation of the fact that they are a private water company, to supply drainage to all these sites. So they're going to say yes, whether they can or not. It's very clear to everyone living in the area, they can't compete, they can't comply with what they've got. They can't, hence the overflows in the area. Exmouth, Budleigh, Woodbury, Lipstone, Sidmouth, everywhere is overflowing. So they're going to say yes, they can take it, when we all know they can't. So the fact that they don't object is neither here nor there. It's not relevant, because in actual fact they can't handle the amount that's coming to them. So on that thing alone, I should think we should object to it, because if it's run out at 650 times or something, or 15 times, it's overflowed in the last year. That's hardly a recommendation to say they can handle what they've got, is it? Let alone another 70 houses.
I recognise that there are issues, and there's been a lot in the pub press recently about water companies up and down the country and issues with sewage outlets, etc., outfalls. However, in the context of this is one site. There are, I mean, you've just referenced there many areas where, there are allegedly issues arising. The council would really be having to take a view of not permitting housing in large tracts of the land if we were to take the view that we shouldn't, and that is something that would not be in any way in line or in accordance with current planning policy. There are no planning policies that would support that approach. So in the absence of any technical objection on those grounds, we would not be able to substantiate a reason for refusal on those grounds.
May I come back, Chair? Just for a second. As you know, Councillor Ray Flanklin and yourself, many years ago, when this council was in Sidmouth, managed to get a building embargo because South West Water were not complying with their duties. And that lasted for 5 years, if my memory serves me. And it was very effective. And you were very effective with Councillor Franklin in getting it sorted out. New pumping stations in Exmouth and Budleigh, and it's sorted out the problem then. But now we've got to the stage that the problem is worse than it was when you and Councillor Franklin did it years ago. So what's to stop us doing it again? Because you're the expert on that sort of thing. You went to university to study it, if I remember.
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
Mine was English
should
with
have done.
media, not sewage.
So what's to stop us doing it again?
Well, I don't know the position on that. Would you know, Damien?
No, we're looking at the application.
Yeah,
before
but
us today, aren't we? So,
that we'd be stymied on that because of the shortage of the housing stand
Building houses
supply.
where you can't get rid of the sewage. It doesn't make any sense, does it?
Well, I
so
thought
we've got
we
to
were
consider
having...
the planning issues today, haven't we, Chair?
Yeah,
That's
we-
in the
I-
report, and if there's some other issues that,
Yeah.
you know, can be dealt with by other legislation, then deal with that in a separate matter.
I think we can raise this. I think South West Water will be coming along to give a presentation, if I remember correctly. They've had many an invitation to come here and they've declined them all, but I thought that was in the pipeline now. Sorry for the, pun, the pipeline. Any more questions, please?
Would it be prudent then, we know that some more data is available just round the corner, would it be prudent to at least defer this decision making till we have access to that information? The question I'm going to ask you directly, Wendy, is if we do defer, are we at risk of anything? Is there any financial cost implications to that?
I see the agent nodding his head, so there's your answer.
So if this was deferred, there is a strong likelihood that the applicant would appeal against non-determination. So this would then go to appeal, and then we would need to justify our grounds for deferring this. And the question would be why this site over all the other sites in the East Devon that have recently been granted permission for housing is so unusual and exceptional that that we need to be exploring the foul sewage drainage issues in greater depth with. And I'm not aware of any specifically, special circumstances about this particular site to justify that.
Okay, any more questions, members? Councillor Young, you have a question?
Just a point, the overflow is going straight into a triple SI, that is the ex-estuary. So that could be a point.
Thank you. Right, no more questions. Then we start the debate, members. Who'd like to kick off? Oh. No. Councillor Howe.
You're going to want me to do this, but nevertheless, I'm either minded to defer or possibly refuse. And if I went for refusal, I would go on EN 18, control of pollution. We have heard facts today that the overflow, sewage overflow, is constantly, I use the word carefully, regularly, frequently, overflowing into, well, I'll call it a stream. I don't think it's a stream, but nevertheless, brook, etc. And that is contrary to our EN 14, and I cannot see it referred to in the report as such. I don't believe it's been dealt with. I'm happy to take a deferment if officers wish to go away and come back after considering this, if they don't want a refusal, but I believe it is grounds for refusal.
It's 6 of one and a half a dozen of the other there, Councillor
not,
Howe,
Chair.
because if we defer, the agent has indicated that the applicant will go to appeal.
For non-determination.
If we refuse, he'll probably go to appeal anyway. So either you want to test it at appeal by refusing it, or you can approve it, or if you defer it, it will go to appeal for non-determination.
Chair, I think you're guessing what the applicant might do.
Well, he's nodding.
It's fine, he can nod all he wants. He knows that he could be sat with an appeal for a year or two, possibly.
Well,
Whereas he could get a result next month with the deferment.
Well,
So-
you've given the policy reason now. So that's EN 14. Yes. Have you
Chair,
got
shall
your
we-
local... Sorry?
Shall we hear from Wendy about that at this moment?
Yeah.
Or do you want a few moments?
Yeah. That's number 7. Yeah. Got it. Thinking you would be recommending refusal under EN 14, paragraph 2, pollution of surface or underground waters.
Yes. So, otherwise, I'm more than happy to defer if the committee wishes to defer and officers wish to take a considered opinion over the next few weeks, shall we say?
If I could just come back. So there is a comment from the Environment Agency within the officer report that considers that effectively raises no objection, but has an advisory note to applicant in terms of pollution prevention. And it says runoff from exposed ground soils can pose a significant risk of pollution to nearby watercourses. And so a construction management plan should address how such runoff can be minimised, controlled and treated. The applicant should ensure this is considered well in advance because some treatment methods can require an environmental permit. We refer the applicant to the advice contained with our pollution prevention guidelines. And this is to do with construction during the site. And we also advise that the use or disposal of any waste should comply with the relevant waste guidelines and regulations. They have raised no objection to this application.
Quite right, because they're talking about surface water. We're talking about South West Water and their inability to control raw sewage pollution into the ex-estuary ultimately, but all the way there.
I'm just saying, I'm not aware of any evidence to suggest that this site, bearing in mind that the number of permissions we've very recently granted in the area, is the only site that has an outlet that could potentially go to the ex-estuary. We would need to be very clear that this site there is demonstrable evidence that this site has the potential to cause harm that can't otherwise be mitigated, in contrast to any other sites that have recently been granted planning permission.
My argument would be any that create pollution that South West Water cannot control, then shouldn't be granted permission until they can. That is the whole point of the water cycle report we've got coming to this, well, not this committee, to the other committee, Strategic Planning Committee, before Christmas.
I'm not aware of any evidence to demonstrate that this site, for example, compared to the 2 that were approved this morning, creates any greater risk.
Neither of the 2 this morning was sewage raised as an issue.
There are no statutory bodies or technical consultees that have raised sewage as a concern on this application.
No, but we've not had a reply from South West Water, and we know South West Water are failing in their obligation.
They're not going to chop themselves, are they? They know they're failing, but they're not going to admit it, so therefore they don't object. That's a matter of fact, unfortunately.
I can quickly jump in if you like. I mean, the fact of the matter is, you've heard from Wendy that there's no evidence to substantiate relying upon this for a reason for refusal. At the end of the day, if you've got no evidence, it's not likely to stand up at an appeal. So, if Wendy was of the view that there was some evidence to substantiate it, you maybe have something to hang your hat on, but by the sounds of things, you don't.
Okay, Councillor Barlow, do you have a question?
It was just a point about that. I mean, has anyone taken South West Water for these 600 spills in that river? Are we doing anything about that? You'd
That
think
would be
if,
for the Environment Agency.
well, but the Environment Agency doesn't have a problem on this one. I mean, again, look, we can all say that South West Water aren't doing their job, but that means there will be no houses. We can't, houses don't leak sewage. Treatment plants leak sewage. So I know we're adding to it, but then that means no houses. We can't just pick on one and not the other.
I can't find any report from the Environment Agency in the papers.
Sorry, I'm looking at a version that doesn't have the main report pages, but it's the 8th page of the report itself. So it follows on from the Housing Enabling Officers report.
250, I imagine. Keep going, 250, I
Oh,
think.
wait a minute, what's that?
Next one. Next page.
That's flood risk.
Sorry, which step? Page. Housing and Enabling Environment Agency, yeah.
The report, yes, copied below.
Page 249, Environment Agency.
If I could just, Councillor Ragg, if I could just to give a bit of clarity, because there was a comment that the Environment Agency will be addressing surface water.
Yeah.
They don't. That's the responsibility of Devon County Council in their role as local lead flood authority. So the Environment Agency have looked at this in the context of flood risk, in terms of the issues of whether it's in flood zones 1, 2 or 3, whether it meets the guidance, etc., whether there's a need to apply the sequential test, etc. So that's flood risk in sort of danger from flooding. That's not surface water management in terms of your general drainage. But they do go on to then comment and give advice to the applicant on pollution prevention. So the Environment Agency were consulted, and they would comment on any matters on which they had concern. And sometimes those matters are sort of looking at issues we'll look at things such as contamination and pollution generally. So I would have expected, if they had concerns, that they would have raised them in these comments.
Right, members, I think that's questions. Open it to debate now. I'm sorry, I can't take any representation from the gallery. No, can I ask members to start debate, please?
Okay, let's get back. So we started the debate. We had some comment from Councillor Howe. He said he was either minded to defer to allow the officers to comment upon this comment with regards to the control of pollution and policy EN 14. I think we've already had that discussion now and that comment from Wendy Ormsby, who said that in her view there's no evidence to substantiate refusing on that basis. So at the moment you just said that you were minded to either defer to allow that investigation to take place or to refuse on that basis. So we've got no proposal as things stand at the moment. So I'd suggest maybe we finish the debate off and see if anybody's got a proposal at that stage.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, look, we've been here, I don't know how many times this morning, and we're going to carry on being here until we get a 5-year land supply or the local plan done. You know, we can bat it back and we can defer this if we want to, and you can understand that this has been going on for, what are we on now on this one? When did this first come in? Well, certainly more than 9 months ago anyway. And you can imagine that they will appeal against this. They may not, quite rightly, they may not. They may also go to appeal and we might win. But you've got to be realistic on this. You know, South West Water, we know, is polluting rivers. Every water company is polluting. So, you know, what are you saying? That this one is different than all the others, the ones we've passed 10 minutes or 2 hours ago? I will listen to the debate, but I must admit, I find it very difficult to know. I find it very difficult to know how you would turn this down compared to the one we just passed in West Hill, and others that will be coming our way until strategic planning gets something sorted. And also, I would like to also add that in the future, before it gets to this stage, I believe the planning officers should insist that South West Water reply, and we should question them a little bit more. Officers need to be, just like our job is to question our officers or push back against our officers, we should be asking our officers to push back against South West Water so this doesn't happen again, and it shouldn't ever come to this committee again where we're in this position where we don't have a definitive answer from them one way or the other.
Were you making a proposal?
I'm not allowed to make a proposal at this stage, Chair, because we haven't had a debate.
I'm a learner. Nobody wants to speak apart from you. So, you know.
I will when we've finished.
Right, I will say that we cannot make South West Water come along or respond. They're not a statutory consultee, they're a consultee. Because they're a private company, they lose the statutory, although they retain statutory undertakers' rights, they are not a statutory consultee. Okay. Councillor Howe.
Thank you. The evidence is published on South West Water's own website. It gives us total duration of hours spills of 1,077.3. It is one of the worst in the whole of the southwest. Yeah. That, I think, warrants it on its own. We have other figures here. Counted spills, 65. Long-term average spill content, 101.5. They are published results from South West Water. There's your evidence.
And it's on the web.
And it's on the web. Yeah.
So, you've now got the evidence. Are you making a proposal, Councillor?
I would prefer a deferment, but if officers still don't believe what South West Water are telling us is an issue, then yeah, it has to be refused, surely. We cannot go on polluting our rivers.
Right, then there's a proposal to defer. Who's a seconder? Councillor Levine?
Yeah, we need to find out. We need to know what.
In the way they are behaving.
So, Chair, we need to know.
Can you read out what you found?
What it is, we've got a deferral at the moment to allow officers to carry out further investigations into what?
Into the continued spillages of sewage at Woodbury pump station, I believe it's a pump station, you know, into the whatever it is pumping it out into, which ultimately ends up in the Exe. Have they got a solution? What is their solution? You know? Or do they disagree with their own figures, I suppose is the best way to put it. Can they physically cope with more sewage going into that pump station that they can't cope with now? It's a simple question.
I think the sewage pumping stations in the area end up at the material from that ends up at Mayor Lane.
Yeah, but that's separate again. At present, they've got a problem before then.
Councillor Levine, you seconded deferral.
Sorry, before we go to that then again, Chair. So we've got a proposal to defer to allow officers to consult further with South West Water to obtain their comments upon whether or not the sewage system can cope with further.
I would actually go further than that. I think we should consult with the Environment Agency and if they're happy with the increased sewage pollution of the Exe, which this will occur.
Due to members being concerned with the
To consider whether or not. Apologies, so start again. Proposal to defer to allow officers to consult further with the Environment Agency to obtain comments upon whether or not they
are concerned with pollution on EN14.
are concerned with pollution of the Exe estuary. So whether they're concerned that with the pollution of the estuary, and whether they consider that it breaches the policy, I'm a bit unclear as to what we're asking for.
Whether they raise any objections to the proposal on the
Right,
basis.
okay. Any...
Also, with the proposer's permission, are we allowed to ask the ex-estuaries, because they usually on many of these things put in comments about the dangers to it and whether dogs are scaring birds 2 million miles away, whereas this is quite close.
Can we hear from the seconder, please? Councillor Levine.
That's what Councillor Barlow actually gave the answer I wanted to give. And I support everything that Councillor House said, because we need, if the sewage facilities can't cope with it now, they are not going to cope with the sewage produced by these extra houses.
Then that would amount to every application for housing being refused in the area. Right, over to you, Damien.
So at the moment then, Chair, we've got a proposal by Councillor Howe to defer the application, seconded by Councillor Levine. To defer to allow officers to consult further with the Environment Agency to obtain their comments upon whether or not they are concerned with the pollution of the estuary and whether they...
And South West Water.
And South West Water, okay. Start again. Right, so defer to allow officers to consult further with the Environment Agency, South West Water, to obtain comments upon whether or not they are concerned with the pollution of the estuary and whether they raise any objections to the proposal. Okay, thank you. Right, on that basis then, if we take the vote, Chair, all those in favour? Deferral?
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 in support.
All those against? All those abstaining?
1, 2, 3.
No, you can't vote, can
No,
you?
you can't vote, Councillor, no.
Same thing.
So that's none, and then that's 3.
So that is,
That's carried.
yeah, carried. Deferral was carried.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now we go to agenda item 16, planning application 23-1250, major outline, land of east of Antiques Complex, Harriers Court, Industrial Estate, Long Lane, Rockbeer, pages 283 to 325. Is it Mr. Fisher? Mr. Fisher, are you the case officer? I am. He's the case officer.
Good
Welcome to the
afternoon,
meeting.
members. I will try.
To put it in front of me, because otherwise.
So this is an outline application with all matters reserved to construct a 1,250 megawatt high voltage direct current converter station on Long Lane near Exeter Airport. So just in terms of the site, this is the A30 dual carriageway. This here is the Hampton by Hilton Hotel. This is Long Lane in here. This is the site, and then up here is Exeter Airport. The converter station forms part of the wider France, Alderney and Britain interconnector project, which is known as the FabLink, and to allow the exchange and trading of 1,250 megawatts of electricity between France and Britain, and will convert electric from AC to DC before transferring to the Exeter substation near Broadcliffe. The site is located in open countryside is not allocated for any specific purpose in the local plan or neighbourhood plan. However, given the nature of the development, it's unlikely to be covered in a specific policy. Oh, that went too well, didn't it? So this is the parameters plan, which forms part of the approved plan. The proposed converter station would be in this in the central area, would be up to 9,750 square metres in floor area, with the operational area of the development up to 3.4 hectares. A strategic landscape buffer of at least 10 metres would be provided around the perimeter of the site, and the maximum height of buildings and structures would be 20 metres. The proposal would also include a number of passing places on Long Lane to accommodate construction traffic and other traffic. At present, this shows two possible access points along the southern boundary and Long Lane. However, officers would be keen to secure one access and to improve the screening and layout as it's a smaller station. However, the layout and access will form part of the Reserve Matters applications. This is the illustrative layout of the site, showing the converter station in the centre, and with the landscaping around the site. Further details of landscaping obviously would be part of the Reserve Matters and part of an advanced planting condition to ensure its early delivery. As final layout will be part of Reserve Matters. The site would include one valve hall, a reactor yard and valve coolers, an AC switch yard and a district heating module. The conversion process produces waste heat which could be utilised within the existing and proposed district heating network currently serving Cranbrook, Tide Barn and Sky Park. Development will be made sort of district heating ready with the fit for East Devon and residents. This is a 3D sort of massing of the converter station, gives sort of an indication of the overall scale and layout. As I say, the precise details would be part of Reserve Matters application. Some of you may remember, but its previous application was approved in 2016 for the construction of a 1,400 megawatt converter station on this site. This application was considered to be contrary to Strategy 7 and in the countryside and would result in harm to the wider landscape. However, the public benefits of the scheme outweighed the harm in that case. The proposed development under this application would be smaller in output and smaller in built form when compared to this approved station, and therefore the potential impacts would be similar or no greater than the previous approved application. So this outline planning application is now lapsed, so it's not capable of being implemented. As said previously, there would be a number of passing places on Long Lane. There would be 7 in total. This would be to deal with construction traffic, which would peak to around 274 two-way vehicle movements a day and 7 abnormal indivisible loads. And these passing places would be put in and would be retained post-construction for sort of the wider benefits. Use of the site during operation would be low, with about 7 full-time staff equivalent. And also in terms of access on Long Lane, improvements to Long Lane from Exeter Airport to the Power Park, which is here, have been completed, and therefore that provides additional passing places and 2-lane sort of traffic movements further on towards Exeter Airport. A construction management plan and a traffic management plan have been requested from the Devon County Council and National Highways, and the abnormal indivisible loads will need a separate agreement with National Highways, but there are no technical objections on highway grounds. However, to note with this application that the construction period is longer than the previously approved station, so therefore those potential impacts from construction will be longer. It's about 14 months longer construction period. Since the previous planning approval in 2016, Rockbere Neighbourhood Plan have adopted a neighbourhood plan, and to note in this is a key view E, which is just to the sort of southeast of the site and therefore looks over the site which is here across to sort of the airport and sort of wider landscape. The proposal is considered to therefore be sort of in conflict with that policy and would result in harm to sort of the overall landscape. However, as set out in the officer's report, the wider landscape, the wider public benefits would overall be acceptable. This is a similar view on site, showing the view across the site to the wider landscape, with sort of the airport there and sort of wider landscape with this Treesbeer farm on the ridge. And then it's some other photos showing this is along the southern boundary, which is hedgerow, and then looking again. This is looking to the north. Sorry, that was the north. This is towards the southern boundary, showing the existing trees. This is the view next one from a nearby lane and access, which shows sort of existing hedgerows, and the site would be behind this. This would be the view from Treesbeer, and obviously as part of the Cranbrook plan, this area where the photo is taken is going to be Sangs land, so it would be public land, publicly usable land, so the view across the airport and the site would be located in this sort of area here. This is the site from the power park, which is sort of adjacent to the site where you know, there are a number of field in the middle, and this is the existing antiques complex, and the proposal would be in behind that. And then just sort of for a different perspective, there's an aerial photo showing the site in green here, with the surrounding development of, you know, of the Antiques Centre and Exeter Airport here, and then the Exeter Airport Business Park down here. And then this is from looking at the site from the Exeter Logistics Park and the Sky Park with the airport, and the site is in this location up here. And then finally, there's images from the landscape and visual impact assessment showing the sort of before and after impact of the development, obviously showing it here. And then finally, this was after 10 years, so once the landscaping is established, what the sort of view may look like. So Strategy 7 resists development in the countryside. However, some support is given to Strategy 39, which supports renewable or low carbon energy projects in principle. And the key aim of this development is to replace high carbon fossil fuel generated electricity generated in Britain with lower carbon, predominantly nuclear generated electricity from France. The local plan strategy offers, the NPPF also supports low carbon energy projects and says that they should be approved if the impacts are or can be made acceptable. Given the site's location, the proposed development is considered to result in harm to the character imprints of the local area and result in less than substantial harm to the setting of a number of listed buildings, resulting in conflict with strategies 46 and 39, as well as policy ROC number 5 of the Rock Pier Neighbourhood Plan. Mitigation is provided to help screen the development, but due to the nature, location, size and scale of the development, there will remain an adverse impact on the local area and heritage assets. Other planning issues such as transport, noise, amenity, drainage, flood risk and airport safeguarding have been considered as part of this application and are either considered acceptable or can be mitigated through the use of planning conditions, and details of layout, scale, access, landscaping and appearance will all be considered under reserved matters applications. So it is acknowledged that the proposal would be in conflict with a number of local plan policies. However, material considerations in this case must be given weight. The development would meet an essential need for additional electricity supply and capacity, which is required in the national and public interest, and offers consider that the impact can be made acceptable on balance through the use of planning conditions. The mitigation proposed include a landscape buffer, biodiversity net gain and passing places on Long Lane to ensure that development would result in no greater harm than the previously approved scheme. So in weighing up the benefits and harm of the development, it is considered that the overall benefits of the development would outweigh the harm, and therefore the application is recommended for approval as set out in the officer's report.
Right, thank you. Now we'll call the agent, Richard Boother.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In the absence of any objectors, I've got nothing really to add other than what's in the officer's report and what's in my briefing notes, so I don't need to make a full presentation.
Thank you. Could you go up to the microphone then to answer any questions, please? Anybody have any questions? Councillor Levine?
As far as I can work out, I just worked it out, there'll be 7 megawatt of power produced that you could use for the district heating. But we're only going to be, it is going to be DH ready. What guarantees do we have that the waste power will actually be used for the district heating? Can we put a condition on the application?
So, yes, there are conditions on the application relating to district heating, but given that the district heating sort of would need to go to a third party, we can't legally, because they may not accept that, but we hope that in the conditions that there's a balance between the applicant having to market the heat and take a reasonable offer, and between not providing it at all. But it's envisaged that it would provide enough heat for about 3,000 homes. So if we can secure it, if the applicant can secure it, it would be of real benefit to sort of the district heating network in the area.
Yeah. Councillor Barlow.
On the back of that, so I was thinking exactly the same thing. There is going to be loss to the area, views, as you point out, and other things. And I thought that was the whole point of 106, that where you can't put, where something is harmed, the whole point of 106 is that. So can we not say to Mr. Boother that we would like his power, that he must supply his power, or the heat, the waste heat, that it should be supplied free of charge, should we provide someone that can take it for our heating system?
I mean, that's what the condition aims to set out now, is that because it's a third party, we can't legally bind the applicant into supplying the heat, because if the third party doesn't take it, or there's no offer to do so, then it can't bound the applicant by doing that. But the condition hopes that they will, market the heat, and that third party could take it on.
So can we not insist, what you say market, you keep bringing market. Market means that they're going to charge for it, and then they can charge too much, and then it doesn't work out financially. So I'm saying, as a 106, I thought the point of 106, and I'm still learning, but I thought the point of 106 was to mitigate against the views and the loss to the community, that we will actually be saying, you must supply this waste heat free of charge at this point, if someone wants to take it. If they don't want to take it, I accept that we can't enforce someone to take something they don't want, but we can, in our 106 agreement, make sure that that is put in there, so there is no cost to the person taking it, i.e. East Devon District Council.
I said that's why we've gone down the condition route, just in case they don't take it, and therefore they would be in breach of a 106 that would make it difficult. So going back to the original application in 2016, it came in without the offer for district heating, and therefore officers have worked with the applicant to find a way to take that reduced heat. So I know other converter stations sort of around the country aren't DH ready, because there's been no sort of ask from the council to do so, whereas in this case we worked with the applicant and commissioned studies into making sure it was DH ready, and this is sort of I think as far as we can go, because I'd say it's a third party that would need to take it on, and there's no guarantee that they would do so.
But again, sorry, I don't want to keep you going, but DH ready, understand. DH ready, but also supplied free of charge, should it be required.
I don't know if, we can guarantee it's free of charge. It would be for the applicant.
It's going to Eon, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the heat would be supplied to Eon, who operate the district heating network, who are a commercial enterprise. So it wouldn't necessarily be reasonable to expect that this heat this would be provided at no charge. Bearing in mind that there will be some costs incurred in terms of maintenance, etc., of providing those links. So I think the key thing here is that the condition, as Mr. Fisher was setting out, seeks to go beyond what was previously agreed. In the previous approval, there was no district heat connection. But officers have now we have the ability, because we have the district heat network that's now come forward. It's required through the planning condition that it has to be made with the relevant connections, and that the heat needs to be made available and marketed, which effectively is made available to the market to be used. I don't think it's necessarily reasonable to say that it's got to be free of charge when it's going to be supplied to a commercial business. It's not being supplied directly to, for example, the council.
Where's the benefit? Where's the benefit then? Other than carbon, there is no benefit.
That's the benefit, low carbon. It's using something that would otherwise be wasted.
Exactly, and it means that so it would, in effect, give district heating to about 3,000 homes. So to power for that now is obviously the Cranbrook Energy Centre and the interconnector project that's going on. So in effect, we would need something like that again to sort of meet the demand or future demand of housing. So whereas this is just using the waste heat, which is something that we've we can tap into and help.
But all the local community saving is saving carbon. They're not saving any money or getting any benefit financially from it. I.e., the point of 106 is to recompense them for the loss of the environment, the loss of the views in their area, and we're not giving them anything. What you should do is take a cut out of the middle of it. East Devon should take that and then supply it to Eon if you're worried about it.
Councillor Barlow, I think you might have slightly a bit of confusion as to what section 106s are all about. So, I mean, if I can just read it to you, what it says in the government guidance. It says, planning obligations assist in the mitigating impacts of unacceptable development to make it acceptable in planning terms. So basically, we can ask for a Section 106 agreement for the developer to do something if what we're asking them to do then makes the application, which was previously unacceptable in planning terms, acceptable. So what the plans are basically saying is, by adding an obligation to this effect, or in this instance they've decided to use a condition, what they're basically saying is that if there's any excess, heat, yeah, then rather than it go to waste, then it be, transferred off to somebody else to be used. The benefit there in planning terms is that, as I said, there's not going to be that waste heating. We can't then ask them to sell it off and then to give us the money. There's no planning justification for that. There's planning justification to, reduce carbon waste by using that waste, that heat. But there's not justification for asking them for pound notes to give to us as a planning authority if they have this excess heat. There's no planning justification there.
Thank you. Yes, Jenny Brown.
Sorry, if I'm just interject as well, because I'm trying to make myself a bit clear. The difference there, for instance, with a public open space contribution, is there is justification for asking for some pound notes then, because they'll say, we can't fit some public open space on this scheme site. So we say, well, actually, within this area, there's some other parks that we could use that money for to help maintain that area. So that's when we can ask for a financial contribution. So on that occasion, there's a planning justification for asking for that, but here, there isn't.
Jenny.
Going back to when they were first mooting this, they were actually offering money for tourism within the area.
Right, thank you. Any more questions?
Again, just to come back, sorry. They can offer money, but it doesn't mean that we have to accept it, because they can't be seen to be buying planning permission. We've got to have a justification for taking some money off somebody. Otherwise, it just looks like they're buying the permission.
Supposed to be questions here. Yeah. Yeah, would you like to respond to any of those comments?
No, I think the solicitor I think has made the point very well in terms of why we don't think that's reasonable.
Right.
But
Yeah.
no, we have worked very closely with the officers to make sure that is DH ready. I think the condition, does provide a platform to discussing how that can be delivered on a commercial basis. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, Simon.
Chair, the ward member needs to speak.
Oh, no, these are questions.
I know, but...
Yeah.
Speak first.
Yeah, sorry. Been a long day. Councillor Olive.
Thank you, Chair. We may actually need to call for the press in this historic moment, as I would like to comment only to indicate my complete agreement with officers' thorough assessment and to fully endorse the recommendation for approval with conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Right, back to any questions. Councillor Levitt. Oh.
I just wanted to commend the planning officer, whose name I've forgotten, for his presentation here. It was good and clear.
Mr. Fisher. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Just make an observation again. I'm generally in favour of this application, but I know that the landscape architect, the DDC architect, mentioned that this picture that we've got here was supposed to be a 10-year estimation. It's actually a 30-year estimation of growth, so it will have an impact on the area for a while, but we can take that into consideration with the offsetting stuff.
Right, Councillor Howe.
If you've moved on to questions, I'd like to propose approval. But at the same time, I'd also like to say it's not just the presentation you've done very well. The actual report is actually laid out slightly differently. You've lettered all the planning assessment and everything else, and I really just like the added detail and the way it's done just that little tiny bit better than your colleagues. But don't go telling them that, but thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there a seconder, please? Yeah, Councillor Levine. Yeah. Vote.
So proposal for approval with conditions in line with Planning Officer recommendation put forward by Councillor Howe, seconded by Councillor Veen. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All those in favour, please?
Unanimous. Yeah.
Lovely, thank you.
Right, agenda item 18, planning application 231147, full land north of Railway Wimpole. Mrs Ormsby, please. Oh, Wendy, can you pass that to Brian, please? Bailey.
To you, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. That's right, I've just made a proposal to council.
Right, okay. So, this application is for the conversion of an existing building from a barn into a dwelling, and it is land north of the railway being down here at Wimpole. And the site itself sits outside of the built-up area boundary, but again, whilst this is just a single dwelling, it is nevertheless a dwelling, and therefore we need to consider this along the line of the tilted balance in favour of development. But as you can see, it sits literally just outside of the development boundary. We also need to consider this under our policy for reuse of agricultural buildings in the countryside, which does support conversion to dwellings. The site's within the Green Wedge, and it is within flood zones 2 and 3. The east and north is bounded by a public right-of-way, and to the south down here is the railway. So this shows it in a bit more context. So from Google, so this is the site up here, this is the building in question, this is the railway, and access to the site is along Tunnel Lane, so through here underneath the railway bridge. And this is you can just about see the public rights of way that sort of veer off here, go around to the north of the site, and this here is a sort of a playground recreation area off to the right. So this shows the existing barn. The red is the application site boundary, and the applicant also owns the adjoining land. The proposal is to bring vehicular access in from the road here into a parking and turning area within the site, and there are two, and this is a correction to what's mentioned in the officer report. There are two existing bridges over the stream here. The officer report refers to them having been removed. Apparently, at the time that the officer did their visit, they were removed for maintenance and repair and have been replaced. So the planning condition at the end of the report requiring details of that bridge is no longer required because the bridges are back in situ. And this is the siting of the barn itself, which has been on site for over 100 years. This is the plans. So the proposal is to convert the building to a one-bedroom dwelling through raising the roof to create enough headspace within the room up above, and to rebuild and raise the roof generally of the existing side wings on the property. And you can see the layout of the property here, living room, dining rooms, etc. on the ground floor, and a single bedroom on the first floor. So this is the building as currently standing, which will be slightly increased in height. Further views. This is a view coming into the site along seeing the public right of way. And this is where the vehicular access would come. So it would go into this area here, would be the parking turning area, and then you would walk over the bridges to access the barn, which is set just back here. And that's the public right of way continuing off to the right. This shows where the public right of way joins the highway. So this is the road, this public right of way would also be the access for the barn and the dwelling, but it's currently used to access other properties. And here we see a view of the site through, you can just see there, I think through that gate is the recreation ground, the application site is the other side, and this is the railway line itself. So in terms of policy context, policy D8 of the local plan does support the reuse of rural buildings, subject to various criteria being met, and that assessment is made and set out in the committee report, and it is deemed to be compliant with policy D8. The existing building, as it's an existing building, it's not considered that the conversion will have any impact on the special character or purpose of the green wedge. There's no objection raised from the public right of way officer. And whilst the development itself does lie within flood zones 2 and 3, because it is a change of use, it is not subject to the sequential test. However, it has been necessary to demonstrate that the property will be safe from flood for its lifetime, and a flood risk assessment has been submitted and assessed, and there are no objections raised in terms of the property, in terms of the internal ground levels, etc., will be sufficiently high above flood water so as not to raise any concerns. So there's no technical objections to the proposal. It's a conversion of an existing building supported by policy D8, and the officer recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the agent, Clive Pring. Welcome to the meeting, Mr. Pring. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm actually the applicant rather than the agent, but thank you for listening. The benefits in favour of our application: we will provide 1, sustainable housing; 2, affordable housing; 3, provide additional housing; 4, reuse an existing building; 5, create a positive highways impact; 6, enhance the area; 7, reduce the isolation of the area for lone walkers and children; 8, increase the safety by enhancing visibility and awareness; 9, provide lighting, reducing antisocial behaviour and vandalism to the park and our barn. The feeling whilst on site is not one of open countryside. It is bounded by the train line, modern housing and fencing, gardens, washing lines, etc., and a short walk to the amenities. Pre-application was sought, and Class Q was and still is an option. Instead, we supported the planner's preferred full planning application, allowing more control over future uses. The balance of written support is in our favour from residents, planning officers and professional consultees. We hope the objections, which are personal views, will not overshadow the professionals' facts. The Highways and Prowl team have highlighted the positive impacts of the change of use. These teams encounter combined unsegregated footpaths and vehicle access roads across their private network. The private access road is used by other vehicles and will remain our access. On-site meetings with Highways highlighted the positive impacts of a dwelling on Prowl users and the park regeneration, which currently sits abandoned due to its setting. The Parish Council and Ward member contradict themselves by saying Town Lane is unsafe for construction traffic when their regeneration plans include these activities and their machinery already uses this lane. To reassure residents and the committee of how we will manage the minor conversion of the barn, both Victoria and I have implemented risk assessments and safe working methods in the public domain. Victoria working with the Architectural Conservation and myself as the head of grounds at Exeter City Football Club for 14 years, using machinery alongside the public, managing matchday crowds and running a team across 2 sites. Exeter City's training ground sits in a flood zone 3, and as a degree level specialist, I had to mitigate and manage the flood risk using recognised practices. Our on-site meetings with the EA concluded LiDAR would be sufficient for the FRA. We adopted to commission an expert topographical survey to assure accurate data. The data demonstrates the EA's standing advice is exceeded without the FFL being raised. The building sits at a higher elevation to the rest of the site and the surrounding area and is not in a functional floodplain. There is no report or physical evidence of flooding in the barn. The FRI demonstrates that there will be no increase in runoff or flood risk to the wider area. The FRA is a detailed document that the EA engineer described as a robust report and has been considered and drawn up by qualified professionals using current scientific data and not from simply walking around the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward member, Councillor Olive, please.
Thank you,
have
Chair.
5 minutes.
Of course. Good afternoon, members. In view of the fact that I've submitted quite an extensive ward member comment as part of Officers' Report to Committee, I'll do my best to keep these comments brief. Whether that's accurate or not, I'll leave down to you to judge after the fact. For more detail on this, though, could I refer members, please, to pages 5 to 8 of said report, where I set out my thoughts in full. As we've heard, the pivotal question for this application, given East Devon's inability to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, centres on whether the cumulative adverse impacts of the development outweigh the sum of its benefits. I'll focus my comments now on the determination of that test, where my perspective differs from the officer's recommendation before you. Very briefly on the benefits, I concur with officers regarding the provision of a dwelling, which should be given significant weight in the tilted balance test, and that the reuse of an agricultural building can be considered a benefit. However, in the absence of any actual evidence regarding the current use of the building and its impacts on any agricultural enterprise, as mandated by Policy D8 of the East Devon Local Plan, I don't think we've seen any evidence in regard to that issue, so I would argue that the committee should be assigning that no more than limited weight. Against this, there remain outstanding issues regarding highways, landscape and countryside and flood risk. Highways issues are documented extensively by resident subjections and have also been highlighted by the parish council. Here, I do not agree with statutory consultee's reasoning at all that the extent and intensity of residential traffic will be comparable to that currently experienced on site, and that as such the impacts on the public footpath along Town Lane will be negligible. Indeed, as I set out in my comments within the report, this is a contradiction. We cannot simultaneously argue that there will be no impacts on an agricultural enterprise and thus compliance with Policy D8 on account of the building being redundant and not in use, while also arguing that current traffic to the site is substantial enough that residential movements would not constitute a significant increase. As you've seen in the photographs, vehicular access is via a narrow, unadopted, poorly maintained track, which is a frequently used public footpath, providing a major link between the village shop and a large number of dwellings at Chard Avenue, Elizabeth Close and Manley Close, as well as access to the village's scout hut and to parish-owned public space earmarked for the installation of a new children's play area. In my view, this should be taken as an adverse impact of the proposal with moderate weight on account of its potential impacts on said public footpath, particularly during the construction phase, which would represent conflict with East Devon Local Plan Policy TC7 on the adequacy of road network and site access. To be clear, I am not suggesting that this stands as a reason for refusal on its own merits, but rather that it should be taken as part of a broader portfolio of drawbacks to be weighed against the benefits. On landscape, countryside and conflict with Strategy 7 of the East Devon Local Plan, the proposal would indisputably lead to the creation of a dwelling outside not only a line on the map, the built-up area boundary, but also, as you've seen in the photographs, outside a clear and substantial visual barrier that coincides with that built-up area boundary and forms a really substantial barrier to the edge of the existing village. The proposal introduces creeping residential development into the green wedge between Wimple and Cranbrook, which also functions to separate the main village from a row of dwellings along the green to the west. As things stand, these benefit from an independent rural character surrounded by open countryside, where the proposal would encroach on this. In sum, and recognising that these impacts are to some extent mitigated by the site's proximity to village services, I would argue that conflict with Strategy 7 should be afforded moderate weight against the proposal, while further limited weight against the proposal should be attributed to bona fide landscape impacts. Finally then, on flood risk, the reality is that this site is located within designated flood zone. That is not disputed. My own knowledge of the site and the broader area east of the green and outside of the village boundary is that flooding from these watercourses is a recurring and significant issue, and it should not be taken lightly. Flood resilience measures proposed in the application do not change that reality, nor do they reduce the substantial negative weight that policy, local and national, says should be attributed to development in the floodplain as part of the planning balance. In summary then, I argue that in favour of the proposal is provision of a dwelling with substantial weight and reuse of an existing building with limited weight. Against is highways impacts with moderate weight, development in the countryside with moderate weight, impacts on landscape with limited weight, and flood risk with substantial weight. I therefore submit, on the basis of my own knowledge, evidence from local residents and submissions from the Parish Council, that the adverse impacts of this proposal do, cumulatively, significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposal, and that as such, the presumption in favour of sustainable development set out at paragraph 11 of the NPPF and triggered by East Devon's lack of a 5-year housing supply does not apply, and that as such, the application should be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right, members, any questions? Questions? No questions. Right, Colin Brown? Yeah.
Right, this application has been in front of us 3 times in the past, all of which have been refused. Once by EDDC planning officers, second time it went to committee and was refused, and the third time it went to appeal. It's been refused each time on highways and flood grounds. Devon Live recently published a report on areas in Devon liable to flooding. The Environment Agency said the village of Wimple, which is said was bisected rather by the Exeter to Waterloo Railway on a large raised embankment. The Cranny Brook passes under the railway in an inadequate brick culvert. When flood flows exceed the culvert capacity, many properties are at risk of flooding, as occurred in 1997, 2008 and 2012. The applicants have submitted a flood risk assessment relying on Wimple Flood Defence Project, but I understand this has been cancelled due to lack of funds, and it was confirmed to the residents of Wimple on social media on the 13th of March. The width of the arch, if you get the arch up there, the width of that arch is 2.69 metres, far less than the required by the Fire and Rescue Service, who state the minimum carriageway width for fire engines under building regulations from the highway is 3.7 metres. That's far below that. That's curb to curb. And reversing should be no more than 20 metres. This footpath is 120 metres in length and blocked off at one end. However, this property is a known flood area, so why should we worry about the fire brigade? There's enough water there, or there will be at times.
Thank you. I'm starting to feel like a wet rag. Councillor Barlow.
Well, I don't like to disagree with Councillor Brown, but I do want to just bring members back to, we're going in green fields and we're pulling up these things and we're planting and putting houses where lots of people don't want. Here is a building that's already there, and it might be near a flood risk, but we've been shown that it's outside it. The Environment Agency looked at it. We will put the flood floor level above it. I'm just saying to you, we're passing it in green fields, and yet here is a building that's already there. Is it really going to cause any damage or harm to anyone or anything? I'll leave it to you, and I will listen to the debate, but I must admit I would be tempted to go along with the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Howe?
Can I make a proposal?
Well, does anybody else want to speak? We have debate first and then we have proposal.
I know, but you know, I'm just thinking of time and effort.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they can argue against me if they want. I'm not worried, you know.
It's just, I think it's just the etiquette, isn't it? Just asking everybody if they've got any comment to say first, and then we'll move on to it. Has anybody got any comment to make?
No.
Over to you then.
Thank you. In that case, I'll propose acceptance of the officer's report and approval.
Right. Seconded by Councillor Barlow. Right, Damien.
Okay. So if everyone take the vote, those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in support.
Those against.
1, 2, 3, 4 against.
Any abstentions?
Oh.
I think you missed
Did
Councillor
I-
Levine's in favour.
Oh, you're in favour. So is it 6?
So 6 in favour, 4 against.
Yeah, that adds up.
Yeah, that adds up, and that's carried then. So yeah, the approval.
Thank you very much, members. And now we move on to item 19, application 231442, variation, Fossway Court, Seaton, pages 392 to 401. Recommendation is for refusal. Wendy, do you wish to present the report?
Yes, so I will do this, try and run through this quickly. Essentially, planning permission has been granted at Fossway Court for quite substantial redevelopment of the site, subject to a condition limiting the hours for construction and deliveries, etc., to the site. Currently saying that they are limited to between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. The developer wishes to amend those hours to 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., which on the face of it seems relatively trivial. However, there have been objections from local residents already about noise and disturbance in the mornings from this construction. The Environmental Health Officer has considered the proposal and recommends that we do not change the conditions and we keep them as they are. Hence, the recommendation is to refuse. And I can very quickly this is really just to give an indication of the scale of the development that's going ahead and the likely and the proximity of dwellings, etc., to the site in terms of understanding the potential for disturbance, etc. Thank you.
Right. That it? Thank you. Members, any questions?
Recommend a refusal as per officer's recommendation.
All right. I sense you're getting tired. Who seconded that? Councillor Bailey.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. So that's refusal in line with officer recommendation. All those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. Those against. Well, if he's not put his hand up, then we can't count it. So presumably he might be abstaining now, might have changed his mind, I don't know.
What's the problem then?
The comment was that you seconded the application, but you didn't actually vote in favour of it. So are you wanting to vote in favour of the refusal?
We're talking of a Seaton now, aren't we?
We're talking about the same application that you've seconded the proposal to refuse, but then when you came to vote, you didn't actually put your hand up to say that you were voting. Yeah, so just to clarify, so he's got 8 now in support of that.
Yeah, 8.
Shall we just start again?
Yes, let's start
All
again.
those in favour of refusing, please, if you raise your hands clearly.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Thank you. All those against?
1.
1. Any abstentions? 1. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Now we go to item 12. These are the 4 car parks, but we take them one by one. Application 230851, full application, modelled airfield car park, Bicton Common, Yettington, pages 201 to 214. Wendy, please.
So this is the first of 3 very similar applications, which is to install a new tarmac entrance to the car park, to erect vehicle barriers and some alterations to the boundary treatments at the model airfield car park at Bicton. This is one of a series of applications that are underway. There's basically seeking to improve the car parks that were within the vicinity of the Pebblebed Heath areas, to manage car parking in a more controlled way, and therefore to reduce some of the pressures from people parking elsewhere and putting added pressure onto the Pebblebed Heaths. So this plan just shows that the intention will be that the first element will be tarmacked, changes to the overall layout, boundary treatments, and a barrier put in across the front. You can see there the barriers proposed, and there here you have the entrance, which we tarmacked, barrier across. It is recognised that it will make some visual impact. It'll be it'll be a little bit more of a formal parking area, but overall improving the functionality of the car parks is deemed to be a benefit which outweighs that slight change in the rural character, and has an overall benefits of improving parking capacity. So this is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Recommend approval, Chair.
Oh, no conversation about this. Yeah, Councillor Howe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I look at this, and maybe Councillor Young would like to speak as he's the portfolio holder, but I actually hate this. I really do. I don't mind the tarmac, I don't mind the car park. The actual barriers are absolutely obtrusive in the AONB. Now, when you add to that, as a child, I used to go up there, we used to park, we used to, sit and talk, we did various things. Now you're being barred from every single space on the Pebblebed up there. It just seems absolutely ridiculous that any open space we have is being denied access to people these days. And I just think it's horrible, it's ugly, shouldn't be done, and I don't think we should be barring people from the countryside at any point. So I'm against it physically.
Yeah. Can I ask, I mean, that's been the Model Aircraft Club have been flying up there for many, many years, as long as I can remember. Would the barriers have any safety grounds? Do we know? Is it for any sort of safety with these planes and probably drones now flying around?
So it would be to limit the height of things going in, but also to so that the car parks can be effectively closed at certain times of the day.
Right.
I would imagine. I mean, this is, if you're looking at the height of this, it is a barrier that would be is capable of being opened and closed.
Yeah. But pedestrians would be able to walk through.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Young, you're the ward member for up there, I think.
No, but I'm on the
have a
committee
go
for
anyway.
habitat mitigation. And I sit on the Pebblebed Heath National Nature Reserve, so I need to declare an interest there. The reasons why we're doing it is there's been overnight parking there that we need to restrict, so stopping camper vans
Absolutely.
to get in there. We also have times where we need to close the sites, so we need a gate. We're providing the same amount of car parking on the common as previously, but in a more we're creating a landscaping and making it a bit more obvious rather than the bomb site it looks like at the moment.
Yeah. Thank you for that explanation. Now, did we have a proposal? Thought you did. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bean? Would you like to speak? No. No, all right. Over to you then, Damien.
Apologies, Chair. I was just looking. Do we know what's the basis of the interest again? Sorry. Is it an NRI and non? Yeah, that's all. I just wanted to just double check. So we've got NRI, and then the proposal in favour approval with conditions was put forward by who? Sorry.
Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Levine.
Right, all those in favour, please, if you raise your hands.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in support.
All those against?
2.
Any abstentions? I don't think there is any.
So that's carried.
That's carried, thank you.
Right. Application 230852, full Uphams Car Park, Yettington, pages 215 to 226. Mrs. Ormsby, briefly.
Yep, so this is a proposal very similar to the previous one that we just mentioned, with the tarmacking of the entrance, the provision of a barrier, resurfacing, getting rid of all the potholes, etc. within the car parking, and some enhancement to the landscaping around the site. And again, this is part of the overall strategy to reduce pressures elsewhere in the Pebblebed Heaths for habitat mitigation, and the officer recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Right, no questions. Any debate?
Yeah, I'll debate again. It's the same thing. We are putting ugly metal concrete structures at the entrances to our car parks in our AONBs that do not make them enticing. They do not encourage use of them. And we are physically locking and closing them, so barring people using them. I get the camper bit, but I do not get why people can't go up there at 10 o'clock at night and have a chat with friends, which is what we all used to do as kids, well, as teenagers and everything else. I'm sorry, that's a dirty-minded person, but, you know, these days, we need people to enjoy the countryside, whether it's day or night or anything else, and to relax in somewhere quiet and peaceful. You know, just looking up at the stars is lovely, and we're just preventing it more and more.
Councillor Barlow.
I just want to ask Councillor Young, perhaps can answer this. Are they going to be shut every night then to stop the campers? Because when I first looked, I presume they were high-level ones to stop campers coming in of a certain height, but they're not. So they're going to be just swung shut. Are they going to be shut every night then?
As far as I'm aware, we're hardly ever going to close them. The high level is going to be there all the time. They will have to be open for the army to get in. The Marines to get in. There are times where there is advertised events up there, like raves and bonfires and firework displays, that obviously we would want to prevent, and we would then be closing the gates at those times.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
May I just take a point to Councillor Young? I don't think it's recommended we should have firework displays on Woodbury Common, because the first thing that's going to happen is have a major fire.
Exactly why we don't want them.
Having proposed you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Bailey, Damien.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So that's recommendation approval with conditions in line with Planning Officer recommendation. All those in favour, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in support.
All those against?
2.
And any abstentions? I don't think there's any.
That's carried.
Thank you.
Application 230868, full Wheat Hill Plantation Car Park, East Budley, pages 227 to 241. Mrs. Ormsby?
Thank you. So this is a similar proposal again to make some relatively minor changes to the car park surface. So tarmac entrance, realigning relaying the surface, putting in some wooden effectively poles just to sort of to control how far people can park into the site, some landscaping within the site, and then the installation of barriers at the site entrance. Similar to the previous proposals, this is recommended for approval. And here are the
Thank
photos.
you. Any questions on this? Any debate? No, they're all getting fed up. Councillor Barlow.
Well, sorry, I was preempting your thought. You might be ready for it. I will back.
No, carry on. Carry on. Share it around. Right. Any proposals, please? Councillor Brown, don't all rush at once. Seconded by Councillor Levine. Damien?
Thank you, Chair. If everyone can take the vote, please. All those in favour?
8 to 2.
All those against?
2.
Any abstentions? None.
Carried.
Thank you very much.
Right. That brings our meeting to a close. I thank all the members and the officers for all their work and all their stamina. And I'd like to thank everybody who came along today to speak. And I'm sorry on behalf of the council that the acoustics are so poor in this council chamber, particularly for those of us who have hearing impairments. And I'm totally deaf in one ear, and I've had a lot of hearing loss in the other one. But the acoustics are dreadful. So apologies to the public who are here and couldn't hear very often. It really is not satisfactory, and I don't know if we're having the system changed in the future.
We're having the system change, but not the microphones. So Andrew was here this morning. Andrew was here this morning.
What?
Andrew was here this morning, so he was aware, and we're going to be discussing it tomorrow at our team meeting. So,
Good.
Yeah.
Pleased to hear it. Let's hope we can improve things, because it's far from satisfactory.
Well, it's
People having to hold like that are ridiculous.
It doesn't work, does it?
No.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Eileen.
Chair, Councillor Gazard just want to make a comment.
Totally endorse your comments, Chair. I'm just wondering if there is a meeting going on to discuss improving the system, why can't we look at a system like they've got in Parliament, where we've got the microphones are hanging down, and they seem to work in Parliament? Surely they would work in here, better than this system.
Yeah, but that is, I mean, look at the height of the ceilings, and I have to say they're even worse at County Hall. They're dreadful. And when it's being discussed and considered, could there be somebody with a hearing impairment there? Because very often members are huddled over the microphones, or speaking away or speaking very softly. And I think we could get somebody from the Deaf Academy in Exmouth to come along and raise the awareness of what it's like to be hearing impaired. I've thought that for a long time.
Do you have problems hearing me, Chair, or not?
Never.
That's all right.
She tries. Keep wishful thinking.
As a side note, though, Chair, when you're speaking to your officers, Damien, next door, make sure you take your mic off.
I know, I actually swore this morning.
Yeah, it's audible.
Is that against me?
No.
Never.
No.